the round of 16. They surfed yesterday afternoon, matching up again, but I feel like the Sunny Coast girls really know how to surf small waves really, really well. That's all they get down there. And even a few of the local girls, I think we've got Charlie Haitley coming up as well in heat number 8, as well as Coco
out these days. Travels a lot with Roxy. She's there. Now, I love the fact that she's throwing her name back in the ring because we haven't really seen her in the jersey for quite some time. It looks like we might have a paddle here. You can see a bit of a smaller inside one on the rocks, starting to make her way through to this deeper part of the wave. I believe this is Philippa Anderson. Just that wave kind of starting to die out there. Got a paddle on the inside as well. Potentially Annie DeSantos here trying to back up that 3-point ride. Dealing with a little bit of glare this morning, so colours are a bit tricky. But yeah, that was Philzy and Annie. But energy, it's kind of got to be that key word for these athletes today because of how small it is.
Yeah, and definitely equipment. We know that there's going to be a little bit of spike in the swell, hopefully this afternoon and tomorrow. But these ladies obviously having to think a lot about what boards they're on, leaderage, epoxies, carbons, all those sorts of things.
What would you be riding?
My black sheep. I reckon my carbon board.
Yes.
Just getting you through those fat sections out there, as we can see, like in through those rocks, really getting that 2-turn combo, I think is going to give you a huge score for today.
I think those carbon boards have caught my attention. I really think they look super fun. Do you find that they go faster than an epoxy?
So much faster.
Really?
Yeah,
this is very interesting.
I love my carbon board.
It looks like we might have a bit of a wave rolling through out the back here. We've got a paddle, and it's our surfer in red. This is Nanaho Suzuki on the Challenger Series. She's won multiple QS events in this Asia and co-sanctioned Australia region. Coming through the inside, it's right on the rocks here. Gets a couple turns in. The Japanese contingent absolutely love it. And Nanaho just doing exactly what she needs to do. It's waves like that where you can just try and kind of get something going, even through that inside section. That's what's going to get you. Look, you're probably looking for 2 4s and you're going to get through the heats today.
Yeah, easily. And with just under 11 minutes to go, Nanaho just getting her, I guess, campaign started as we see paddle out the back. That looks like Philzy on the inside. Great couple turns for Philzy. On the rocks for Philippa. She'll finish that one off and kick out.
Yeah, Philzy. She's been doing this for a while. She's surfed Burleigh like this before. It's been small a couple of times here, so I feel like everyone has to be prepared. We're looking at better conditions tomorrow, though. Right now, we've got about a 2.3 metre swell with about a 5-second period. So that period really low, which is what's giving these waves just, not metre, sorry, foot. 2.3 foot swell. But it's giving these waves just that not a lot of power because of how slow the period is. But then tomorrow, the swell size jumps up, the period jumps up. So hopefully that swell will carry through this higher tide. We've seen it go on hold yesterday for quite some time with this high tide, and our commissioners and head judge really monitoring these conditions because we know it's tough.
Yeah, and I feel like that's such a good call with being the second last comp of the qualifying series for both regions and giving those surfers a big opportunity to get those extra points and really put them in the best part, I guess, of the swell that we have on offer here.
So Izzy, tell me and the listeners right now what you've been up to. You just finished uni, I believe.
Yeah, so I finished my occupational therapy degree. I graduated with honours as well.
Ooh.
Yeah, so I did a thesis, which is really, really cool. And I just sort of took the last 2 years, had placement and all that jazz. And now this year, gonna do a couple comps, see how we go. So yeah, super exciting. But I love calling it here with you, Jess.
Yes.
It's so cool to see all our friends and peers do really, really well and live up to their potential. I love it.
Yeah, it's really cool to be able to kind of sit back and watch them do their thing. Sometimes I'm like, I do miss being out there.
Right now, I feel like we have a bit better situation.
Yeah, definitely. It's hard out there this morning. We're not going to sugarcoat it. It is super small, but unfortunately, this no matter what level you're on, whether it's the QS, the Challenger Series, the CT, sometimes you just dealt the card of there's not a lot of waves.
No.
And that's okay. You know, you just got to be able to do your best. That's why they say the best can do it in all conditions. And right now, Nanaho, we spoke about that wave, just having that energy. She got a bit of work done from out the back through the inside. 5-point ride for that opening wave. And honestly, it's kind of like having an 8.
Oh, 100%. I feel like that's definitely a keeper out there today. Yeah, she's in the lead. Philippa got a 3.10 and a 1.50. Annie, a 3.00 and a 1.15. And Coco, just a single score of a 1.65. But we know all these ladies out there have so much potential. And I think it's just with the priority situation, just being in rhythm and being in that rotation for those best waves that come through.
Now, the thing that we're going to be battling with a little bit today is this tide, right? We had a low tide this morning at 0.3, and we actually saw a couple of fun little waves coming through in that free surf, but we're working our way towards a 1.7 metre high tide at about 10:18 New South Wales time, so 9:18 Queensland time, and we've seen it just not carry through, just with how little power there is in the ocean today. So we're going to kind of really need to manage this because we're not even close to being over the mid-tide mark, and you can already tell it's starting to slow up a bit out there.
Yeah, exactly. And even how close it is to the rocks.
Yeah.
Like, especially on that high tide, like, they'll just be gobbled up.
Those rocks aren't soft either.
No.
I'll tell you that for free.
No. But, Jess, we were talking before, and you've got a pretty big year ahead. You did Pipe. Congrats. You did so well at Pipe. So good watching you.
It was so cool. It was such a surreal moment. Like, I was on the beach, and I was like, wow, I'm at Pipeline.
So cool.
I just had like a full moment. I was just like, what the hell is going on? But no, it's so cool. And then, yeah, big year coming up from here. ABB, one of the best comps of the year. Maybe the best. I love that event so much. Yep. And then straight into all 5 of the Aussie leg. So cool. Exciting. I'm really excited, actually. Out the back here, single turn. I believe that was Nanaho, unfortunately, going down. I could be wrong in saying that, though. Oh, it was Coco. Unfortunately, going down on a turn there. Actually, no. Was it Filzy? Sorry, we're dealing with some glare. Coco looks like she's way up the point right now.
Yeah, wow.
She's got a 165 to her name. Looking for a 296. Annie DeSantos with a 3 and a 151. Needs a 161. Philippa 3115. That 191 will get her to first place. And then Nanaho with that big 5-point ride. It's going to keep her out in a really nice spot at this point in time. But it's interesting, you know, we've seen a lot of heats go down over the last few days with really small scores. And I feel like it's been those surfers who have really got creative with how they're getting scores. Maybe it's dropping the first section, generating some speed for a big end section. That's kind of where we've seen everyone kind of winning in a big way too.
Yeah, well, yesterday we saw Steph and Ziggy in her round of 32 heat, Miller as well. Those girls were just doing one big turn off the top and then sort of foam climb to finish. And I think that real commitment to that big finishing section is really what's going to get you guys the score out there.
Looks like there may be something, not a paddle yet. You know, obviously you've grown up competing. It's sometimes it can be nerve-wracking when it's like this. And when you hear, okay, I need a 171, you know, that is absolutely nothing. But with these 4-woman heats and the waves that we're dealing with, priority is of utmost importance in conditions like this.
100%. And I feel like for Philippa, she's 4th priority. I would be getting so busy right now. She only needs a 1.71. She really has nothing to lose. She's sitting next to those girls who have priority over her. So I would even be paddling up and down. Like, one good hit is going to get you a 3 or a 4.
Yeah, we're past this 5-minute mark, so just over 4 minutes to go. Look how close those totals are right now. 5, 4.8, 4.6, 4.15 up the point now. Looks like Coco stepping and pushing on that back foot a little bit. Drives into another carve. This is exactly what she's looking for. Really smart to give her some separation at this point. Paddle herself up the point and find a bit of a steeper wall. Now, Filzy, right?
On bills, and if she don't love me, I bet her sister will.
Okay, boxes are fucked me up.
welcome back to the Gold Coast Open. Thanks for joining us this morning. Absolutely ripper morning. Straight into Heat 7, round of 32. Manami Nonaka from Japan, Anon Matsuoka, Mia Baker and Olive Hardy take to the water. A couple of surfers representing Japan, a couple of surfers representing Australia. And first day to get the broadcast up and running. We've seen some great highlights from the days leading up to this point. Steph Gilmore, Joel Vaughan, a couple of big names to grace us in this draw. Stace Galbraith in the booth with Chris Enever. Chris, good morning.
Welcome.
How are you, bro?
Stace.
Congratulations,
Yeah.
mate.
Oh, thanks, mate.
Father to be. How
yes, a little grom on the way. Stoked.
Mate, stoked.
Yeah, me and my wife Karina are very, very excited.
How good.
And, well, why wouldn't you be excited down here as well, though, at the iconic Burleigh Heads into the round of 32 in the women's draw. Super Saturday, we work
Best
away.
place to watch professional surfing, you reckon?
Is this not the amphitheatre of amphitheatres in the surfing world?
It'd have to be up there.
Yeah, it is. And like we said, it's been a bit grindy the last couple of days. We're not going to beat around the bush.
I'm going to chuck a jar down that is along that lines. I'll let you get away with that one. And every time we bring it up, I think we have to, it's a scoo up at the PAV.
Yeah, done. All right. So one screw on me.
No, that one's for free.
That one's for free, all right.
No,
yeah.
I reckon we'll
like a
both
swear
be
jar.
about 15 each by the end of the day.
But a grind jar.
Yeah, a grind jar. I think we just need to get creative. We need to get the thesaurus out with what we're dealing with here. Because at this point, it's pretty much mental, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And, you know, we bumped into Isabella Nichols just then. I think a big part of it comes down to as well preparation. Like,
For sure.
These are the conditions as well that you rock up, and the ones that are the most mentally sound, the ones that just know what it takes to get it done.
Yeah.
And when they rock up in free surfs, it's all about your preparation too, because when you rock up on the waves like this and it's small, you've got to have the froth.
Yeah.
You've got to be ready to go. If there's any level of, you know, disorganisation or the froth isn't there, it's going to shine through, because you need to have that energy. And but anything can happen. I mean, we saw the last heat, one of the most experienced campaigners in the draw, Philippa Anderson going down, Annie Dos Santos. There's two very experienced campaigners going down, but all the young up-and-comer, Coco Cairns took that heat out. So that was the end of heat number 6. And Nanoa Tatsuki, she came in second. So they progress on through to the round of 16 stays.
Yeah, and we saw a couple of different strategies unfold there, didn't we? We saw the 3 surfers down the bottom of the point, and Coco was kind of up the top of the rock break there. So we might come back to some live action, Chris. This is, looks like Mia Baker in the glare there, up and riding.
Yeah,
She's found a great looking wave here. Oh, and you've got to make the most of it on days like today. Gets a second turn in there, Chris.
Yeah, no stranger to a right point break. Mia Baker. And that looks...
Yeah, it's really testing the pterygiums this morning, that glare. But I'm pretty sure that was Olive Hardy out of WA.
Yeah, that was. So just some small scores to lock in, waiting as these ones trickle on through. Stace, give us a rundown. Hey, you've been around these traps quite a lot lately, Mr. Gold Coast. You've got a few probably team riders.
Mr. Gold Coast. I've never heard that one before. I guess the more you try to get away from nicknames, the more they stick. So I might pretend I like that one. But no, you're right. It's been a pretty good summer. Like really consistent. Pretty strange weather. Like this is pretty summery, but through January it's really good up here. As you know, you spend a lot of time up here now, living up here. It's been really good. Lots of good waves around. Lots of I don't know. I feel like with the CT back at Snapper again, you kind of see like your Rio Wyatters popping in. Steph Gilmore's back on tour this year, so you kind of see these surfers. Obviously, Steph lives here, but there's just like that extra element in a few free surfs getting around where crew are like, you can tell they're preparing for a big year on the World Tour. So yeah, that's been a cool thing to watch during the summer. Everyone's been sort of out D-Bar or at Snapper. The bank at Snapper's looking unbelievable. And the sand at Burleigh's been really good as well. As we see a couple surfers here up and riding, don't think the judges will think too much of that one. Bit of daylight between them. But yeah, you're right, Chris. It's been a good summer, and the sand here at Burleigh's amazing. Obviously, swell height today is what it is, but is that a schooner?
Yeah.
Yeah, schooner.
That schooner.
One schooner. But no, it's been really awesome to see, and we've had lots of local events like the single fin
sections, how fast the transitions are, and how it holds its rail through, like those big rounded turns. Because I mean, you really need to suck every bit of life out of these waves that are out there.
And it's such a fine balance too between being enthusiastic and still looking big on the wave, even though it's tiny. You don't want to be looking like you're rushing. And if your board's sliding out and kind of flicking around, the judges aren't going to get too excited. But you see the last wave here of Manami. You got a big score there, 6.75. This looks like Olive out behind, doing her best to bring this one through. She's from WA. She's not scared of a rock break finish, but that wave just not really offering her the steep section she was chasing. But yeah, like you said, Chris, equipment really important.
Yeah, under 16 Australian champ, the West Australian. So look, this heat has flipped on its head. Originally kicked off, the Australians were in 1 and 2, and the Japanese have just found some nice little runners through to the inside. Plenty of commitment as well. I love that last one, that 6.75. That end crack on the inside right before that big rock. There's nerves of steel there from the surfer in red. So in the lead, just a single wave score. The 6.75 holds the lead. Well, once she locks in a backup, she's going to be well in control here. It's kind of a battle of the 3s and 2s for the remaining 3 surfers. Surfer in blue, and then she's got a 3.65 and a 2.5, looking for a 3.11 to go to first, but that'll change once red does lock in the second score. Mia Baker sits in 3rd currently, and well, once we get the vision back, we'll tell you exactly what she needs. But we're taking a breather here.
It's hard when you can't set yourself apart from the pack like that, isn't it, Chris? With a bunch of 3s and 2s. If you're Manami at the moment, you're absolutely cheering with that 6.75 out in the lead. She basically gets to her feet one more time, and looking at the totals from yesterday and today, that's going to be a pretty good total, regardless of how she finishes this heat. So you see on the inside here, looks like Mia, nice little snap there, gets another one in, and then deeper up on the point. Looks like Olive again in the glare, nice big turn there.
Yeah, that is glare central right up there. It's wild. If you, obviously on the broadcast, you might not be able to tell, but there's about 80 metres separating the 2 surfers up the top of the point and the 2 down the end. So, yeah, definitely some different tactics coming in here, Stace. We can see right down the end, Mia Baker. She's almost, at the beachy, you'd say.
Yeah,
right,
just coming right down the end.
Little snap there. I like the tactic, though. She only needs a 2.66 to jump up into second. And we've got plenty of scores to lock on through. Oh, that's a good turn there. That looked like surfer in blue.
Yeah, a non-Matsuoka there. It's a good point you make about the differences in the positioning at the moment. I can't see sitting and waiting working too well today. If you can find any kind of ocean that's going to give you some clear open face with a bit of push, doesn't matter if it's up the top of the point or down the end of the line. I think the judges are just going to be looking for you to get a bit of speed and string a few turns together. I think that'll get them excited enough to give you a good score. Typically at Burleigh, you obviously you want to be waiting for the set waves or anywhere around the world when it's pumping, but today I think that we'll see our surfers try and rack up a pretty high wave count if possible, and just try and throw as much mud at the wall as they can and see what eventuates at the end of the 20 minutes. Obviously, we do have 4-person priority in play today, but on a day like today, I can't see it being too crucial, not until the final moments of the heat perhaps, but up until that point I think we're going to see a lot of attempted rides.
Yeah, well, it's in the lead, still sits red, got a little second back up there, Stace, a 1.25, clinging on to first. Romani currently sits 3rd on the Asian rankings, the Asia regional rankings, so top 2 of the top 3 actually out there right now.
Yeah.
Anon sitting in second, 16,500 points. They're chasing down Kana, who's currently leading the Asia regional rankings. Olive Hardy, there it is, last of green is locked on through. She goes into second. She's chasing a 4.16 now to go to the lead. Anna knocked down into 3rd, so blue chasing a 2.86, just under the 5-minute mark, Stace. All the work to do for white. Mia Baker, she sits in 4th, a 3.5 and a 2.4, chasing a 3.01. Well, we can see they've moved down towards the end of the point.
Yeah, pretty much the opposite of everything I just said there about priority not mattering. I think Mia would definitely disagree with me there. It's a struggle when you're fourth priority and the surface starts to clamp down on you, especially when the score's this tight. It's not surprising to see as Olive takes a look at this wave here. Another single manoeuvre. She's
so Olive Hardy.
Better at 2.65. And it is still Mia Baker chasing a 3.01 down in fourth.
So, Stace, I know you do a lot of work with your athletes. What's your insights here, mate? Give us I know you do a lot of deep diving into boards and equipment and stuff, but give us a little run through on the Stace Galbraith mindset on what type of board, and if you know of a favourite out there in the grovel department that would be right up your alley here.
I mean, I could just give the simple answer like a shorter groveler like epoxy or maybe a PU with epoxy resin or something like that, but I wouldn't be tripping if someone ran out with like a pointy nose 20 today, like that could turn.
Yeah,
not like a fish, but
like a Kersey model.
Yeah, something even maybe a bit longer. I thought Joshua could have had a bit of extra rail line in the water at Snapper actually at that Usher Cup. He's obviously ripping. It looks really good in the tube, but I think anything that's just going to get you more speed than you're used to having is the board that's going to work. And I think, you know, a 20 with a trailer or something, you know, like some of those hybrid boards that like Mayhem and MR make, like a California Twin, they've still got a pointy nose, they've got a nice narrow tail, and they, you know, you can still throw water on them. You don't look like you're surfing like Torren Martin. You're still ripping. Yeah. But it's certainly one of those things where you're not going to put on the performance of your life today. You kind of just need to battle, and I'd be jumping on anything that could get you going. But maybe that's just my age talking there. Maybe we should just stick to 5-6 thrusters.
I feel like in summer on the Goldie, it feels weird when your nose is too pointy. I don't know what it is, but lately when I'm on a normal board, when I paddle out sometimes, just a bit more roundness on the nose.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know if I'm getting old.
It is, mate. I've been there. I'll coach you through it. It's you start looking for things that are. Yeah, what's the terminology in the shops? The easy riders.
Yeah, the easy riders.
You want your surfing to be easy, but it's the same in competition. You don't want to look like you're fighting your equipment, even, you know, whether it's firing or really small. You want something that just looks like it's just an extension of your body. And when it's small, that's when it really shows if you've done the work on your boards. And, you know, we saw a ride like that in this heat, a real standout ride with a couple of nice turns. There are waves out there that are fun for sure. Yeah, we've definitely seen worse. At least it's a pretty day.
It is. It's gorgeous here on the Gold Coast. And, well, it's one of those, like a Corona ad, from where you'd rather be. Yeah. It's just pristine up here on the Goldie. This is like the days you dream of if you're a tourist. Yeah. And well, if you're a surfer, we'll chuck one in the swear jar here in the jar. You'd hope for a little bit more, a little punch to it, but that's tomorrow.
A fair expectation. Tomorrow does bump up a little bit. So
finals day is looking very promising.
Getting back to what are you thinking with all the, you know, you've done a lot of coaching yourself. You can't think about tomorrow. You just got to get through today, and you know. Then try and put on a performance tomorrow. I don't think today's really, one of those ones. That's the hardest thing with young competitors. Every time they paddle out, they want to get a 10. Yeah. And on days like today, it's just about sort of making sure you ride just what's in front of you.
And one of the key things as well, I've always been such a big, fan of, especially when I was coaching a lot. It's just you can't judge yourself in these conditions because what you expect and what you want to get out of a wave, you're going to bog, you're going to catch rails, but if you let that get to you and you don't just commit to the very end of the wave, the judges can tell. It's seen in your performance. So 30 seconds on the clock. This is getting down to crunch moment here. There's a few scores to lock in. Anon's dropped down into third, so
she just got a pretty good wave then too, like by today's standards. I think like the judges, when they get any opportunity they get to see a combination, I think they're really going to like it.
Yeah, so only chasing falls across the board. The crazy thing is that the surfer in red, with that 125 backup, she would have been hoping for a second
I reckon she
solid score.
might have just got one then that would improve just slightly, maybe like a 2.5.
Yeah, that single bash
Little
on the
little
inside.
turn. So she's kind of put a bit of room there, which is nice. I don't think at first position is too threatening, but yeah, interesting score to come in there for a non. It's going to be close.
It's going to be very, very close. We're going to wait for these scores to lock in.
It's Olive Hardy at risk here, the young West Australian.
Yeah, just fours across the board for all surfers. We'll wait and see what locks on through. It was Mia Baker was chasing a 4.25, was sitting in third. Anon chasing a 4.10. We saw all surfers get a ride, and yeah, you should be on the panel, Stace. There's the 2.6 locked in for the surfer in red. So Minami goes into, well, backs up her first. She puts a bit of space between first and second. And it looks like we're rolling into the next heat. So we'll have to roll over to WSL. And we'll come back to you with the results. We're going to go to a quick break right here. We'll be back with next heat action very shortly. Stay tuned.
Looking for love that I can't find. 'Cause I've been running. It's time for the good times. Forget about the bad times, yeah. One day to come together to release the pressure. We need a holiday, holiday. Oh yeah, celebrate. Oh, it would be so nice, holiday.
So I said to him, tell him he's dreaming.
Babe, let's go. You said one more an hour ago.
Yeah, but this is different.
How?
Karen, relax. We made this for you.
It's sweeter on the lips and lighter on the rig, and Kaz, it's bloody vodka.
Now move that body and show me you want some more. It's that time for you to get on the floor. Now move that body and show me you want some more.
Welcome back to the Gold Coast Open, live from Burleigh Heads, beautiful Queensland, Australia. There's the results from the last heat there. Minami Nanaka and Olive Hardy advance. It was a close fight there from Anon Matsuoka and Mia Baker. Both had some decent rides, but unable to find the knockout punch there at the end. This is heat number 8 in the water. Bonnie Hills out of Australia, India Robinson, Charlie Haitley and Ruby Berry, all representing Australia. And a couple of fantastic names in the draw there. Some CT experience, some of the country's best up-and-coming juniors. Stace Galbraith in the booth with Chris Enever. Chris, mate, we're just motoring through already. 20 minutes heat. There's no mucking around.
Oof, I know, especially in these conditions. In the jar. But, mate, there's going to be a tray of schooners going out this afternoon. But, yeah, it is a dogfight out there. Little bit of texture you can see on the water right now.
I would say it's more fencing.
Yeah.
Like, it's elegant. It's
is.
pretty.
It's so
It's like
nice.
deft touch. You got to be looking nice. I think later the Sabo we might see the gloves come off. Bare knuckle.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this doesn't... It'd be hard to concentrate out there.
It would.
You know, you've got the whole points lit up with activations and people walking their dogs and bacon and eggs just wafting off the PAV deck here.
Oh, it's just glorious.
Yeah, how are you supposed to concentrate?
It'd be very hard, but this is where they're professional athletes. So
just like us, we're professional
just
commentators.
like exactly.
Yeah,
so we can waffle on, but
Yeah.
they can lock in and get in the zone when it really matters. And well, this heat is well and truly underway. Just a few minutes in, Ruby Berry locks in a 4. Like you said, there's some CT experience in this heat. India Robinson, the Victorian powerhouse, out there. She's locked in a 3.5 and a 0.3. Bonnie Hills. She's currently in third in the green, a 2.5. And
shout out Darren O'Rafferty.
Yeah, Charlie Haitley is in fourth currently. Just a quick little in and out to start. But like we said again, I wonder, you know, we see Indy Robertson. She's right down the end of the point here. So that's where the key experience in this heat is. What are you thinking, Stace? What's the mindset here if you're heading out, we can see that top of the point up there. It's obviously probably a little bit faster, a bit suckier.
A bit taller though, the wave. Yeah, like it's that's where Coco sat earlier in the day, and she did pretty well up there. But then, you know, we saw some good rides like further in as well. Like Minami got her wave sort of up in the more towards the middle / top zone. So look, it's just wherever I think you can find space today. As we see some beautiful drone vision here from our boy Riz down on the beach. Just going to go out on a limb and say he's the best drone pilot in the world.
Oh, that's lovely.
Have you seen his gear?
It's crazy.
His Instagram is off its head. He's basically in the tube. Can we have some tubes tomorrow, please? Really test out his skills. But yeah, it's a tricky one with 4-person heats, because if it was just you know, man on man, you just sit where your competitor's sitting and just try and beat them there. But with 4-person heats, there is that added layer of, okay, do I just sit with the pack and try and you know, take waves off them and just beat them wherever they're sitting, or do I kind of try to find my own place and hope that I can kind of be there, you know, solo or maybe with one other person? So I think the way that we see the heat set up now, we'll see a lot of that throughout the day. I don't think we'll see like a 3-in-1 type scenario. That's how Coco won her heat. They left her up there on her own. As we see India Robbins here up and riding, a couple of really nice turns to start, gets a third and kicks out there on the bricks.
Yeah, we saw that one just boiling up under the inside there, and 2 nice slashes. She's looking loose.
Yeah.
It's a good little start.
It's kind of late for a 20-minute heat though, isn't it? 5.5 minutes to catch your first wave.
Yeah, she has been very patient. But this is a very important heat when we look over at the rankings, because Charlie Haitley.
Oh, my bad. She's got a score in there. That's her second one. There we go. What have I been doing?
Yeah, worrying about those bacon egg rolls.
Speaking of which.
Thinking about the schooner jar.
Yeah. Are you doing the 8-weeker?
Yeah, I'm on the Johnny Gannon 8-weeker. I know they offered me.
I did hit that. I did hit that.
Didn't even pick the egg and bacon off it.
Really? No, I'd hit that. Yeah.
Just went no. I just stuck to the smoothie this morning.
Okay.
Bit of brain power.
Yeah. Yeah, what do you got in that water bottle?
Yeah, I've got some electrolytes here too. So recommended by the old JG himself.
Will we look like him by the end of it?
Yeah, definitely not. Just a frail little chicken by the end of it, I reckon.
No, plump.
Yeah,
You'll be plump.
starved myself.
Yeah, you'll be looking like a rooster by the end of it, mate.
But yeah, so as I think we touched on it before, I don't think we got through the conversation. We got so excited by some action.
We didn't finish the conversation.
But yeah, we were talking about the rankings.
Yeah, it's important.
What we're all here for.
Yeah,
like this is the important part of this event. Is obviously to take out the Gold Coast Open is a prestigious event in itself, but we go over the Australia Oceania rankings right now, which is the stepping stone to the Changers, which we all know then is your pathway to the World Championship Tour, and we're currently sitting on 3rd on those rankings. Is one of the surfers in this heat right now, currently in 4th.
Yeah, she's in a really good spot there, Charlie.
Yeah, and they take so 4 surfers out of the Australia Oceania region will go through to the Challenger Series plus 1 wild card.
Okay, gotcha.
Yep, and I'm pretty sure that wild card is already taken up by Isla Huppert's.
Did she not just get in because of the World Juniors?
Was it World Juniors?
Yeah,
is that it? So maybe there's a wild card on top of it.
She's got her own sort of leg up there.
Yeah, special wild card.
Yep. Just sort of, you know, she earned that one big time, as you do when you win the World Juniors. Her and Dane Henry get a start straight on the Challengers. So they're both here competing this week.
So Isla's in second, which means it bumps down, so you would get an extra spot. So
we don't want to go too deep.
We don't go too deep,
but we will.
Yeah, we will.
It becomes an interesting seeding issue whether they award her second from the ratings, or say first wherever she finishes here, or your junior wild card. I'd argue that this rating would have a higher seed, but we'll wait for someone to text us, as they always do, to tell us that we're wrong. But you probably want to take your rating off the Australia Oceania, which then, like you said, makes another spot available.
Yeah, definitely.
We'll leave that to the Commissioner's office.
Well, there it is. The power surfing prevails. India Robinson, those nice 2 hacks just before she kicked off on the bricks on the inside, comes up with a 5-point ride, puts her into first, Stace. So the experience, she's sitting down the end, and it seems to be, well, so far the pick of the litter in this heat. Backed it up with a 3.5, so she's getting busy. Now time to stay patient, as Bemi would say.
Isn't that your most famous line? Or are we giving Bemmy that one?
Oh.
He tried to palm it off to you.
Bemmy palmed it off to me and then just rolled with it. You know when Bemmy has a joke, he'll stick with it till the...
He's got an inbuilt broadcast sort of schedule where he sort of, his word is gospel. Right,
he's put some crackers of me out there. I became, under Bemmy's watch, I became chicken boy, get busy, stay patient. You just have to roll with the punches though, you know. I think it actually made me more popular in the end, which backfired on him.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think what you said, every coach has said that. So it almost made you, like you said, very relatable. Yeah. We've all said those clangers.
I think it actually bugged Cruzy for a bit. He's like...
Out the back, up and riding. India Robinson.
Yeah, that board's looking really nice and lively under her feet. You can see just plenty of lift just through the dead sections. It's funny because... I went to JS and I, grabbed one of the boards off the second-hand rack, took out one of Matteo Hurdy's boards, and I was just like, sure, I'm not going to surf like this guy, but it was amazing. Even though it was a little bit small for me, and I went in, I was like, I want this, but just chuck a bit more in it. And I was like, maybe make the glass a bit heavy just so it lasts a bit longer. I just butchered it. I was like, should have just gone straight with exactly what it was. Yep. Because the thing was amazing. I was out at Lacey's. I felt like I'd wound the clock back for like 10 years.
Floripa doing backflips.
Yeah, I thought I was back on the junior series, just like hooking on the backhand. And then I went and added all these little added extras into the board, and it just slowed the thing down heaps. And I was like, they know what they're doing. I think that's the go. Someone's just going picking up ex-pro boards because they're dialed in best than anything.
Leave the stickers on.
Yeah.
Ripping.
Exactly,
sure,
I know. Just walking down going, I'm not sponsored by Riviera, don't worry, Jules.
Go and buy the boardies.
Yeah, exactly.
Full kit. No, it's a good point you make, though. You've got to keep it pretty straightforward, particularly, I think it's the same across the board, whether it's pumping or whether it's small. You don't want to be like flustered over your equipment. If you're in your head about your boards before you walk down, it's kind of already over. So, it's cool to see. Everyone so far this morning looks like they've got a good handle on things. And we've seen some real good small wave surf, and it's a hard thing to do. It's probably the discipline that no one wants to practice. No one wants to do it. Everyone just wants to get tubed, basically.
It's one of the toughest, parts of being a coach I've found in the past. Was just revving athletes up to actually go and surf these conditions. And it was I had to treat it as the most important aspect because everyone loves surfing good waves. Yep. And when the waves do turn on, everyone's going to be frothing, everyone's out there. But if you can generate internal froth and motivation and really see the positives, it relates to life in itself, you know. If you're always focusing on the negative.
You really are stepping into fatherhood beautifully, mate. Surfing becomes so philosophical.
Yeah, it is. It is. We're not going to go too far down the Rasta hole, but
we are. Absolutely, we are. Yeah, I think you're right. You look at Rio Waida. Yeah. He didn't change his preparation at all for this event, and he had, by his standards, a shocker. Yeah. But it's just all part of his. He said he still had so much fun chucking the jersey on. He got a pair of ones. Yeah. But he treated it the same as if it was a CT heat, and it just his plan didn't work, and that's just where he ended up. But like what you mentioned, he's not going to sit on that and worry about it. He's got the next one to look forward to.
He's just water of a duck's back.
No, exactly, and he'll obviously learn from it. But
and he's back out in the water half an hour later, just going prep mode just for the... Yeah. And keeping it fun too, but and like you said, when it comes down to equipment, it needs to pretty much be an extension of the body out in these conditions because any little micro movement just can really either make or break a wave.
Yeah. But getting back to your coaching, you'd obviously maybe having a coach or a friend or someone down here just helping you with the positioning. Like day like today, we've just seen a really nice set roll through up the top, but because everyone sort of started to move down the point, the surface at the top of the point just kind of caught in no man's land. It's sort of been the same all morning. There's good waves right at the top and right at the bottom. If you find yourself in the middle, seems to be just a little less consistent.
Oh, look at this little drone clip. India racing down the line. Nice little tap, but she was probably hoping that one would even close out so she'd get that big end section turn.
Yep.
And here's a little sucky runner. This is up the point.
Ruby Berry.
Oh, wow. Right on the bricks there.
Looks like Bonnie Hills. Nice carve there on the open face. She's got a wave that's given her heaps to work with. And
do you think she's been to Bonnie Hills?
You have to think so. I'd love to know the backstory there. Still remember watching all those rip curl search
Yeah.
videos and Darren O'Rafferty, you know, where you're from, Bonnie Hills. I just remember thinking that sounds like the best place. It sounds like, I don't know, I've actually never been there, but it just rolled off the tongue.
Yeah, it's a really nice little quiet part of the world.
Yeah. I think I've blasted past it on the highway 100 times, but never ripped in there.
There's so many places like that, like that are just so.
Well, the
tucked
highway
in.
just gets further and further inland now. You're kind of missing all the good spots, which I'm sure most of those locals in those parts of the world will be stoked
frothing.
with.
Yeah, as soon as that.
But the Bain Maries are full. No one's ripping in and getting a pie or a dim sim on the road. So, but can't have it all, can you?
You cannot have it all. But we are coming out of 5 minutes 30. And we glance to this leaderboard. It looks like the last of Ruby Berry has pushed her up into second. We'll just confirm that. I think that last score coming in was... Well, there it is, a 3.9. So backs up a 4-point ride she kicked the heat off with. Innie Robertson sits in first with a 5 and a 3.5. Bonnie Hill's last score, a 3.3, Stace, so that was her best number. And Charlie, she's just, she's caught a snag on the rocks at the moment. She hasn't been able to find anything, and we see the three competitors down the end. She's left up the top of the point on her own. Currently sitting third on the Australia Oceania rankings, and
she's from the area. She knows the place better than anyone. She want to be putting on a good show here.
It's always the way. I wonder how it does. You know, people talk about events in hometowns and benefits, but I feel there can also be some added pressures to it because you feel like you should be, you should know the place, you should be ripping, and then you get these people that come in from
all over the world,
all over the country and the world, and you're like, you're not showing me up on my home break.
No chance. Indy Robertson getting a good wave there. We'll follow up her score in a minute, but back to your point, you have to ask Geordie Lawler.
Yeah.
He gets it done.
Yeah, he does.
The boy from your neck of the woods,
know.
Australian Open and Narrabeen champ. Like, we'll give him Manly for the grand context of the world, exactly. You know what I mean? Northern Beaches. Like, I think of guys like that being able to win on home turf, that's such a special thing to do. Like, it's hard enough to make one heat, let alone win, 8 in a row.
I know.
And take the thing out on home turf when you've got your school teachers and your mum and dad and the bloke who gave you your first job and all that in between. As we see another pretty good looking wave up the top of the point there.
That one right up at the top. That was further up than where they've been sitting, and that's the biggest wave of the day, pretty much. Like,
yeah, and like the judges are never really looking for length of ride, but when the waves are this big, quantity of manoeuvres does sort of come into it. If you've done 5, let's say, average turns versus 2 average turns, it just sort of becomes just basic maths at that point. Like, that is going to get a higher score, and sitting further out and way around the corner, it might feel a bit lonely, but the length of ride that you can get from up there, it's just going to afford you more sections to be able to show your full repertoire. So, kind of just a bit of a mistake there from all of our competitors. There was probably 2 waves in that set that were really good. And with the highest scores in this heat so far only being, 5s and everyone else sort of fighting over 4s and 3s, I think that, in the breakdown here, when everyone sort of
should be ripping, and
reads the
get these people
reads the
come
room at
in
the end
from
of this one, they'll
all
over the world,
all over the country and the world,
and
you're like, you're not showing me up on my home break.
No chance. Indy
Well,
Robertson
so it
getting
looks
a good wave
like
there.
we have
follow up her
got
score
a
in minute, but
call.
back to your point, you have to ask Geordie Lawler.
We're going on hold after this heat.
He gets it done.
Yeah, he does.
Boy from your neck of the
I
woods,
know.
Australian
He's
Open and
tide coming up.
Yeah, like we'll give him Manly for the grand context of the world.
Looks like they've made the call.
I like that. I think a guy like that being
3 hours
able to win on
off.
home turf.
Beautiful.
That's such a special
Should we
thing
go
to
hit
do.
the soft sand?
It's hard enough to make
we
one
will.
heat, let alone
Make Johnny
win,
proud.
8 in a row.
I know.
And take the thing out on home turf.
Look
and
out
you've got your
here.
school
The
teachers and
experience
your mum and dad
is
and the bloke who gave you
really
your first
coming
job
into play now. Indy
all that in between,
Robinson,
as we see another pretty good looking wave up the top of the point there.
So right up the top. That was further up than what they've been sitting. That's the biggest wave. Those powerhouse forehand hacks.
Like the judges are never really looking for length of ride.
Grindy Burleigh Heads.
Quantity
inside section
does sort of come into it.
Paid off for her so far. She's
let's say
well and truly in the lead. Ruby Berry holds second.
It just sort of becomes
6-1-0.
maths at that point.
Bonnie
Like,
Hill's in third. She's chasing a 4-6-0.
Sitting further out and way around
Charlie.
the corner, it might
It's
feel
just
a
been
bit
a non-event
lonely.
so far. She's chasing a
Length of
7-4-0,
ride
so
that
it's
you can
not
get from
over.
up there,
Like she,
it's just going to afford you.
It's definitely not over, but
he'd
he'd
probably
probably
think
think
it
it needs to be done in 2.
Yeah, kind of just a bit of a mistake there from all of our competitors. There was probably 2 waves
but when
in
you
that
have a
set
0-5 and a
really good.
0-3-5 and you
the
don't have
highest scores
priority
in this heat
in
so
minute
far
30
have
on the
been,
clock.
fives
Yeah.
and everyone else sort of
I feel
fighting
like
over
you
tough
must-
I think that
She must have a score to lock in. Like she should be ripping it. So get these people coming in from.
It does bring it into a bit more of a
all over
palatable
the
range.
country
We have
and
seen
the
a
world.
6-5 this morning, and she is looking at this ride here.
And the goofy footer just up and riding. Cracks it in sections, so definitely her best ride. But
yeah, the time's gone so fast. We didn't really get to get too much into the year that Ruby Berry's having, but it just a kind of a tip of the cap to being versatile in all conditions. She had a great run in Hawaii to start the year over there, competing in a few of their regional and local events, and then showing up here when it's the size that it is, and being from West Oz, you definitely think this is an area that she's worked on a lot, and you can see that here, being really competitive in this heat so far. And it's put Bonnie and Charlie in a pretty precarious position right now.
yeah, there is coming down to 30 seconds on the clock, so inside the mad minute, Stacey. Where looks like counting this one down shortly. Indy Robinson holds down first, so your former CT competitor looking to grind her way through the round of 32 into the round of 16. Just as we saw, well, the GOAT, we saw Steph Gilmore do that. One of the best waves of the entire round so far yesterday. So the froth's there, and here the countdown there. We're counting this one down right now, and that will round out the round of 32. And it looks like those results will remain the same. It will be Indy Robinson in first, and Ruby Berry, the West Australian, getting the job done. So the surfer in white will move on through into the round of 16. A great result there for her. Unfortunately, Bonnie Hills in green in third. Charlie Haitley right at the top of the rankings, but she has had some good results this year, so she'll be banking on those ones to hold her way through. And, well, as we see on the screen there, Stace, we get a break.
9 holes at the Glades?
Oh, we could dip up there. But I think Johnny would want us to maybe run into a gym session real quick, hit the soft sand like you said.
Yeah.
But we'll be back very shortly. Well, not shortly, but at 12:30, as it says on the screen.
Enjoy your morning, hit the markets.
Yep.
Go get your deeds done. Take the kids out to the park.
Sunny Gold Coast, there's
clean
plenty
your car,
to do.
and then you come back to the surfing at 12:30.
Yeah, and if we're feeling really, we could just duck up to the Mondrian and sit by the pool, you never know.
Yeah, and your unit up there?
No units for me up there just yet, mate. Not on the market just yet. But thanks heaps. This is the Gold Coast Open, ladies and gentlemen. QS 4000. We will be back at 12:30 Australian Eastern Standard Time. So tune back in then. Myself, Chris Enover, alongside Stace Galbraith, having a ball in the booth here. Super Saturday. That's a wrap for now. We'll see you soon.
Looking for love that I can't find. 'Cause I've been running It's time for the good times. Forget about the bad times, yeah. One day to come together to release the pressure. We need a holiday.
So I said to him, tell him he's dreaming.
Babe, let's go. You said one more an hour ago.
Yeah, but this is different.
How?
Karen, relax. We made this for you. It's sweeter on the lips and lighter on the rig. And Kaz, it's bloody vodka.
Now move that body and show me you want some more.
Paddling around other surfers to take the inside position is called snaking. It's considered extremely poor behaviour.
Hey, are you serious?
Let the other surfer go. Good things come to those who wait. Be a good surfer. Share waves, smiles and good vibes. Dropping in on another surfer's path is disrespectful and dangerous. If you drop in, kick out of the wave as quickly as possible.
Go!
Be a good surfer. Share waves, smiles and good vibes. When surfing, always wear a leg rope. Stray surfboards can harm others. Never let go of your board, especially if there are other surfers behind you. Avoid paddling directly behind another surfer. Instead, choose a clear passage. If you're in another surfer's path, show direction and paddle toward the white water. Be a good surfer. Share waves, smiles and good vibes. Safe operation of personal watercraft is paramount. Vessel masters must always give way to other ocean users in the surf zone. Be a good tow surfer. Stay aware and keep your distance. Choosing a surfing location that matches your ability helps to keep everyone safe. Surf lessons can help you develop ocean skills and boost your confidence. Be a good surfer. Always observe conditions, and if in doubt, don't paddle out. Paddling around other surfers to take the inside position is called snaking. It's considered extremely poor behaviour.
Hey, are you serious?
Let the other surfer go. Good things come to those who wait. Be a good surfer. Share waves, smiles and good vibes. Dropping in on another surfer's path is disrespectful and dangerous. If you drop in, kick out of the wave as quickly as possible.
Go!
Be a good surfer. Share waves, smiles and good vibes. When surfing, always wear a leg rope. Stray surfboards can harm others. Never let go of your board, especially if there are other surfers behind you. Avoid paddling directly behind another surfer. Instead, choose a clear passage. If you're in another surfer's path, show direction and paddle toward the white water. Be a good surfer. Share waves, smiles and good vibes. Safe operation of personal watercraft is paramount. Vessel masters must always give way to other ocean users in the surf zone. Be a good tow surfer. Stay aware and keep your distance.
サプリレよ。サプリレのとこに。多分ね。どっちやの？
そんな中にいたんですよ。ライブのかも。そうやって落ちる。いや、私も終わってる時に上から落ちたの。あ、いや、上段階から。前のせいや。あ、これだよ。これは知らんな。例えばさ、私すごいきつい。乗った時はうわーってわかるけど、なんでなんでって言われて。
happened? Oh, that's the second HDMI cable for that one today then. Oh, really? Yeah. And the one upstairs, the monitor's making crazy noises. Monitor? Like, you put your ear on it, you can hear it going, oh. It's really fucking weird.
Paddling around other surfers to take the inside position is called snaking. It's considered extremely poor behaviour.
Hey, are you serious?
Let the other surfer go. Good things come to those who wait. Be a good surfer. Share waves, smiles and good vibes. Dropping in on another surfer's path is disrespectful and dangerous. If you drop in, kick out of the wave as quickly as possible.
Go!
Be a good surfer. Share waves, smiles and good vibes. When surfing, always wear a leg rope. Stray surfboards can harm others. Never let go of your board, especially if there are other surfers behind you. Avoid paddling directly behind another surfer. Instead, choose a clear passage. If you're in another surfer's path, show direction and paddle toward the white water. Be a good surfer. Share waves, smiles and good vibes. Safe operation of personal watercraft is paramount. Vessel masters must always give way to other ocean users in the surf zone. Be a good tow surfer. Stay aware and keep your distance. Choosing a surfing location that matches your ability helps to keep everyone safe. Surf lessons can help you develop ocean skills and boost your confidence. Be a good surfer. Always observe conditions, and if in doubt, don't paddle out. Paddling around other surfers to take the inside position is called snaking. It's considered extremely poor behaviour.
Hey, are you serious?
Let the other surfer go. Good things come to those who wait. Be a good surfer. Share waves, smiles and good vibes. Dropping in on another surfer's path is disrespectful and dangerous. If you drop in, kick out of the wave as quickly as possible.
Go!
Be a good surfer. Share waves, smiles and good vibes. When surfing, always wear a leg rope. Stray surfboards can harm others. Never let go of your board, especially if there are other surfers behind you. Avoid paddling directly behind another surfer. Instead, choose a clear passage. If you're in another surfer's path, show direction and paddle toward the white water. Be a good surfer. Share waves, smiles and good vibes. Safe operation of personal watercraft is paramount. Vessel masters must always give way to other ocean users in the surf zone. Be a good tow surfer. Stay aware and keep your distance. Choosing a surfing location that matches your ability helps to keep everyone safe. Surf lessons can help you develop ocean skills and boost your confidence. Be a good surfer. Always observe conditions, and if in doubt, don't paddle out. Paddling around other surfers to take the inside position is called snaking. It's considered extremely poor behaviour.
Hey, are you serious?
Let the other surfer go. Good things come to those who wait. Be a good surfer. Share waves, smiles and good vibes. Paddling around other surfers to take the inside position is called snaking. It's considered extremely poor behaviour.
Hey, are you serious?
Let the other surfer go. Good things come to those who wait. Be a good surfer. Share waves, smiles and good vibes. Dropping in on another surfer's path is disrespectful and dangerous. If you drop in, kick out of the wave as quickly as possible.
Go!
Be a good surfer. Share waves, smiles and good vibes.
Looking for love that I can't find. 'Cause I've been running It's time for the good times. Forget about the bad times, yeah. One day to come together to release the pressure. We need a holiday. Oh yeah, celebrate. Oh, it would be so nice. Holiday.
So I said to him, tell him he's dreaming.
Babe, let's go. You said one more an hour ago.
Yeah, but this is different.
How?
Karen, relax. We made this for you. It's sweeter on the lips and lighter on the rig. And Kaz, it's bloody vodka.
Now move that body and show me you want some more. It's that time for you to get on the floor. Now move that body and show me you want some more.
Friday with was about 45.
Yeah, cool. Sweet, thank you.
You're welcome.
G'day, another surf report for you, but it's not looking good. No waves today, really. It's pretty grim.
Now I live alone in my little home. I pay all my own bills. Now I live alone in my little home and I pay all my own bills. And if she don't love me, I bet her sister will.
Okay, boxes are fucked me up.
helicopters?
Helicopters, yeah. So there's helicopters, seaplanes, hot air balloons, normal airliners, like Air Force, yeah, seaplanes. And then there's you can also do like plane doctor.
Yeah.
Like there's ambulances all over the floor and you have to go to there and you have to pick them up. And then there's also like bombing missions, like you bomb a city or something. And then there's like dog fights, which is like not actual dog fights. Dog fights is like a word for what like jet fights. It looks really cool. Super cool. And I'm already halfway through. 2 more weeks until I get it. Like, do you think they purposely get a bit of the palm tree in? Yeah, I follow these guys. It's post 24/7.
Oh, that's you, mate. Imagine if you're on there. Hopefully not.
I hope I'm not.
know if I'm like, I don't know.
Show me later. I'm going to get back. A surfboard thing, and I wanna have the one piece here. Yeah. Oh, cool. Do you wanna lock it up?
Bought some earrings.
No, it's alright. Yeah, you can show them. Beautiful. Yeah. I've really got those. But you bought those.
No, I'm out.
Yeah, they drop.
I don't know, I just dropped it, so I couldn't find it, and I'm just retracing the steps I found on the floor. My $18 free meal voucher. Yeah, we've done it twice already. I'm third one. So, are they nice people? Is he the guy that's walking around interviewing people? Oh, that's not him. Oh, is that him? He's got longish hair. He's got a bit of a beard. He was walking around doing an interview saying, not him. Oh no, the guy who's sitting, the guy. No, there was just one person there when he walked past. Like short hair. Not today. We won't come and see that lady. This jewelry is still. Oh yeah, whole page.
And same for
Lulu's are a bit more expensive, but I bought those for Lulu.
Nice. You as well?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
They're really pretty. I was going to get them.
You took it, but she said, can I make a suggestion? The lady said, yeah, you can do it here. Yeah. Have it up. All right.
Very nice ride.
Well, it's going to pick up. It's going to get better.
Yeah, not much surfing. Nice ride. Oh, good.
Come on, first or yeah, you're gonna go.
Paddling around other surfers to take the inside position is called snaking. It's considered extremely poor behaviour.
Hey, are you serious?
Let the other surfer go. Good things come to those who wait. Be a good surfer. Share waves, smiles and good vibes. Dropping in on another surfer's path is disrespectful and dangerous. If you drop in, kick out of the wave as quickly as possible.
Go!
Be a good surfer. Share waves, smiles and good vibes. When surfing, always wear a leg rope. Stray surfboards can harm others. Never let go of your board, especially if there are other surfers behind you. Avoid paddling directly behind another surfer. Instead, choose a clear passage. If you're in another surfer's path, show direction and paddle toward the white water. Be a good surfer. Share waves, smiles and good vibes. Safe operation of personal watercraft is paramount. Vessel masters must always give way to other ocean users in the surf zone. Be a good tow surfer. Stay aware and keep your distance. Choosing a surfing location that matches your ability helps to keep everyone safe. Surf lessons can help you develop ocean skills and boost your confidence. Be a good surfer. Always observe conditions, and if in doubt, don't paddle out. Paddling around other surfers to take the inside position is called snaking. It's considered extremely poor behaviour.
Hey, are you serious?
Let the other surfer go. Good things come to those who wait. Be a good surfer. Share waves, smiles and good vibes. Dropping in on another surfer's path is disrespectful and dangerous. If you drop in, kick out of the wave as quickly as possible.
Go!
Be a good surfer. Share waves, smiles and good vibes. When surfing, always wear a leg rope. Stray surfboards can harm others. Never let go of your board, especially if there are other surfers behind you. Avoid paddling directly behind another surfer. Instead, choose a clear passage. If you're in another surfer's path, show direction and paddle toward the white water. Be a good surfer. Share waves, smiles and good vibes. Safe operation of personal watercraft is paramount. Vessel masters must always give way to other ocean users in the surf zone. Be a good tow surfer. Stay aware and keep your distance. Choosing a surfing location that matches your ability helps to keep everyone safe. Surf lessons can help you develop ocean skills and boost your confidence. Be a good surfer. Always observe conditions, and if in doubt, don't paddle out. Paddling around other surfers to take the inside position is called snaking. It's considered extremely poor behaviour.
Hey, are you serious?
Let the other surfer go. Good things come to those who wait. Be a good surfer. Share waves, smiles, and good vibes. Dropping in on another surfer's path is disrespectful and dangerous. If you drop in, kick out of the wave as quickly as possible.
Go!
Be a good surfer. Share waves, smiles, and good vibes. When surfing, always wear a leg rope. Stray surfboards can harm others. Never let go of your board, especially if there are other surfers behind you. Avoid paddling directly behind another surfer. Instead, choose a clear passage. If you're in another surfer's path, show direction and paddle toward the white water. Be a good surfer. Share waves, smiles, and good vibes. Safe operation of personal watercraft is paramount. Vessel masters must always give way to other ocean users in the surf zone. Be a good tow surfer. Stay aware and keep your distance. Choosing a surfing location that matches your ability helps to keep everyone safe. Surf lessons can help you develop ocean skills and boost your confidence. Be a good surfer. Always observe conditions, and if in doubt, don't paddle out. Paddling around other surfers to take the inside position is called snaking. It's considered extremely poor behaviour.
Hey, are you serious?
Let the other surfer go. Good things come to those who wait. Be a good surfer. Share waves, smiles, and good vibes. Dropping in on another surfer's path is disrespectful and dangerous. If you drop in, kick out of the wave as quickly as possible.
Go!
Be a good surfer. Share waves, smiles, and good vibes.
Just on auto. He may ask you to do A level check. If you do that, you press that button there, is A level, and then this slider here makes it darker or lighter. So you press A level, then you slide that one, make it darker and lighter, basically. Anyway, and then you press it again. Oh, but he'll tell you, basically he'll walk you through if you need to do that. Yeah. That's literally it. The rest is so, if this here goes green, it means he's about to come to you. Oh, yeah. If it's red, it means you're live. So once it's live, obviously you go super smooth on all your movements. But once it goes off to this, you can just do whatever the fuck you want.
Do you have to zoom in on the...
He will also say, he's like, camera one ready, camera one live, like you're gonna know when, and then it'll go red. Yeah.
Does he? Do you have to zoom right in on the surfers?
No, you stay fairly wide, like within reason. Like you don't even have to zoom while they're coming. Like you'll be kind of punched somewhat in. He'll tell you to move in or out. You kind of somewhat punched in, and because they're coming so close to the rock, by the time you've actually tracked them all the way in, they can actually end up being the whole frame anyway. True. But because you'll get them from over here to there, and then super easy, bro. That's literally all it is. I think there's nothing else I need to tell you.
Zoom here.
Zoom's here. So it's actually up here or down here. Oh wait, that one's broken. That one's full fucked. Okay, so it's just that. That's the shit one to use too. This is the big one that's like the nice one, so that don't work. 30 fucks, so yeah, just that. So, you might be able to zoom on this as well. Some you can. Yeah, so you can on that. Okay, we'll just do that. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. I want to adjust the screen as low as fuck. I might like up here. So I'm just standing and looking rather than needing to, like, yeah, I'll make sure I look down here. Yeah, otherwise you're going to get sore back real quick.
Thanks. Are you coming up? I'm a bit busy now, but you can still come up. bathroom, but I'll be back quick. Like,
looking to get underway at 1:30. Another Ariana in the red, Jackson Baker in the blue, Alyssa Genaro in the white, Jacob Wilcox in the green. So if you haven't already, please check in and set your rash test. So kicking off with the men's round 32, one day, 20 heats, and round 16 is off for the day. So due to the time, we're doing 4:30 heats throughout the rest of the event.
Life is this. I like this.
full round, round 32 of men. All 20 minutes. Going to get underway in 3 minutes, so certainly what I can hold their position.
Looking for love that I can't find. 'Cause I've been running It's time for the good times. Forget about the bad times, yeah. One day to come together to release the pressure. We need a holiday.
So I said to him, tell him he's dreaming.
Babe, let's go. You said one more an hour ago.
Yeah, but this is different.
How?
Karen, relax. We made this for you. It's sweeter on the lips and lighter on the rig. And Kaz, it's bloody vodka.
Now move that body and show me you want some more.
Down at Burleigh Heads there, you can see the wide shot. So many people, the sun's out. Up here where we're at the Pav, it's going off
popping
too.
off up here at the Pav. I was here not long ago.
Oh, here we go. Is that Reggie?
Yeah,
Straight up.
Alfie kicking us off. You can see we've got a bit more energy into the surf right now. Doesn't get the connection on that second turn, but just having a little bit more energy out there in the ocean, it's going to make a big difference for the men out there right now.
Yeah, definitely. I was saying here before, I've been commentating Reggie for a long time, but it used to be his big brother that we used to hear about, Jack, all the time, like someone next to me.
Yeah.
We used to hear about your big sister.
My big sister all the time, Jacob Wilcox. A lot of CT experience in this heat.
Yeah.
Tapper, we look at the likes of Jacko Baker, Jacob Wilcox. Alistair Regginato hasn't got there yet, but he's CT class. He really is. I mean, this is a pretty hard heat, and then throw in there our Indonesian surfer, Pajar. I feel like it doesn't get much more stacked than this.
No, that's a really quality hit. Like, that's, pretty close to almost a final,
Yeah.
And now I believe we're going through with 4-person heats right to the end because of the surf quality.
Yeah, so we've actually had the call. We've gone on break. We've assessed the conditions and what is coming tomorrow. We're going to go to 4-man heats the whole way through. So winning or getting first or second in this round is actually going to get you through to the quarterfinals, which is big points. And they're going to have 4-man quarterfinals, 4-man and women semifinals, and 4-man and women finals. So the women's quarterfinals are already set, and that's what we're looking to do today. So we're going to run this round out, call it a day, and come back tomorrow for finals day Tapper.
And it'll be great on final day. There's a little bit more swell. I've looked at the map, and there's a little bit of trade swell coming, so it should increase only slightly, but enough. And I'm wondering,
the period picks up a little bit.
Yeah, it does.
We're going to have more energy, which is all we really need, because these guys can make small waves work.
Oh, amazingly.
Just a bit more power in the waves.
Doing the rock slalom like Steph Gilmore posted, doing the rock just in between the rocks all around.
Yes.
It's pretty normal if you're a Burleigh surfer. Like, all your fins have got little chips out of the bottom of them.
Of course, you're constantly sanding your fins down.
Yeah, that's it. But right now, looks like Jacob Wilcox got the best of it, a 5.0.
Tapper, you've been here all week.
Yeah.
You've seen some of the best surfers in the world compete here this week. Obviously, having a 5 in conditions like this, I was talking to Izzy about it this morning, it's kind of like having an 8-point ride.
Oh, completely, yes. Like this morning, if you got a 3, that was like a good ride. And it sort of set you up. But having a 5, that's like, bank. Just bank it and try and find another one, because it is a little inconsistent still.
Definitely. It is. There's still some lulls coming through. You stayed down here through the break. What did you see happen with the ocean as we passed through that high tide?
Well, I saw as the high tide started to happen, as we got a quick replay here, I think that's Jacob's wave there. He's whips into that, really direct his surfing, and it really hits it, which works well. But I saw that as the tide sort of peaked, there was actually quite a few waves. I'm going, oh, maybe we should have kept going. And then one do the manoeuvres. They can do everything, but it's picking the waves and getting your competitive game on, knowing which wave to pick and organising yourself for that heat.
Yeah, it's such a tricky sport, and to be constantly ready to go, and it's cool when you see someone really put in the time like Pajar's doing. He's got 2 small scores right now, 2.9 and a 2.75. Jacob with that 5 we mentioned. It's like having an 8-point ride. He's looking good for qualification, Jacob. So this potentially just another kind of rep under his feet right now. He wants to keep surfing heaps, make sure he's really sharp, because for Jacob, the next big moment in his career is going back to Newcastle, where he actually won the first Challenger Series event at the start of last year. No, mid-year last year.
Yeah.
It's all merging into one.
I know. I'm going back to Newcastle again. Hang on, weren't we just there?
I know. It's all coming round. But Jacob, I love that these guys are seeing opportunities to improve their competitive surfing and get more time in the rashies, so that someone like him can be ready for what's going to be one of the biggest weeks of his career in a couple of weeks' time.
Exactly, and like, it's great seeing like Stephanie Gilmore out here as well. It was like, she said, she wants in the first time in 7 years she's been in a QS, but wow, that heat, that 7 she got, she just looked like, wow.
Did she? Yeah. Stop it.
I got to commentate. Well, I've been commentator since she was 11, so.
Wow,
yeah.
Tapper. How cool.
I know, it's amazing. And this is one thing of all the years I've been commentating, one thing that really I love is, like, I've seen these little humans turn into adults and turn into amazing people. And it's such a good part and a really fulfilling part of what I do.
Oh, Tapper, that's so nice.
But it's true.
It is true, isn't it? It's so cool to see these guys, achieve their dreams and start to live up to their potential as well. And I feel like when we look at the likes of this heat, all 4 of these guys have done that. And it's cool to see even those guys who've made tour and fall off, like the likes of Jacob and Jackson, they're still fighting, and they still are so hungry to win. And even if it's 1 foot pretty close to the rocks at Burleigh, these guys only have one goal in sight, and that's taking home the trophy.
Yeah, and once they're out of the water, it's all good.
Yeah.
But at the moment, look out. it's mine.
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting with this low tide, Tapper, because obviously we got here this morning. I want to pick this is your hometown, this is your backyard. I want to pick your local brains on this. When we get on the low tide, we actually start to see almost 2 peaks happen at the point when it's this small. We've got one that sits a little bit further up and then one further down. What's your pick of the two when it comes to the Banksias? We just see Pajar looking at down the line here. It's quick second turn. He needs something a little bit more spicy on the end. That's nice. Driving through a couple more carves here. So looking at better at the 2. Feel like he might get out of that 2-point range here. But yeah, like Tapper, as I was mentioning, what's your thought on the 2 peak as this tide really does start to run off these rocks?
Well, they're going to be actually better at different tide points, and like you're just going to have to sort of. It's really hard. It's like as we see Jacob there getting one there, but you really got to watch it and see where it's starting, because there's wide ones that'll pop down the end, and some of those ones down the end will actually link and go again, like we saw. I think it was Cooper Davies yesterday got one that really ran through that section. But then again, sometimes up the top, a lot of people have been favouring the bottom one. Up the top, you can go up there by yourself and you can jag one, and next thing everybody's going, oh, maybe I should be up there. It's hard though. Do you leave your competitors down the end? Do you go up the top? And it's like rolling the dice.
Out of all the days that you've been here, where's been the best that you've seen, up the top or down the bottom?
Middle to bottom's been has been the consistent, but I have seen heats won from the top.
We've got a couple replays here, Tapper. This was the last of Pajar.
And yeah, he's you can see how light he is on his feet and throwing the board, basically throwing the board and then getting more momentum and throwing it again. So we'll see how the judges saw that. But here, look at Jacob. He's looking really smooth and light on his feet. And you could see the way those two surfers, if you compared them both, you could see Jacob looked like he had more flow in his surfing.
Absolutely, a bit more drive out of his turns as well. He did less, but felt like maybe he did less better. And the scores, they reflect that actually too. Jacob, last wave score, 3.85. Pajar, he got a 3.65. So the judges really seeing that and feeling that as well. And that just comes with, Jacob has those CT lines. There is no bobble. There is no downtime in between turns. It is one fluid motion from start to finish. And I truly believe that's what makes a CT surfer, when you stop breaking up waves into bits and pieces and make it one beautiful dance. And that's exactly what Jacob's grown to be.
And that's the one thing, particularly Burleigh, when it gets really good, it is a lot about reading that wave. Even when it's small, it's still reading the wave to know where the section is. It's not like a snapper where it just rolls the same all the way through. Burleigh changes and metamorphosizes as you're on the wave. So reading that is really essential when it's bigger, but even when it's smaller like this.
Tapper, something to talk about. 8 minutes 40 on the clock right now. Jacko Baker not with a wave to his name.
Oh, well, I've seen people come back, and I get where Jacko's at, because there's a few surfers I know, they go like, I'm not getting a wave unless it's one I know. And you got to remember, as we see Jacob up on another one there, he's doing the busy thing.
Surfing really fast on his feet there.
Where Jacko, you got to remember, Jacko's probably about 80 kegs.
Yes.
So he needs a wave that's going to give him that little bit more oomph to get him going.
Yep, definitely.
So that's probably why he's waiting, I reckon.
Yeah, but at what time have you waited too long? You know, 12 minutes has gone past. This is over halfway in this heat. And Jacko knows that. He's such a world-class surfer. Been on that championship tour for a couple years as well. Came close to getting a pretty solid win down at Bell as he went really deep in the draw one of those years. And I believe it was actually the year he had to fight for his spot on the tour, and I know he wants to be back there, but this is actually probably Jacko's weak link is small wave surfing, so he needs to try and get something going here, but so fast here for Jacob.
And also I was talking to Stace before, and he was saying that how many of those bright white boards, the epoxies.
So many.
So many, and I can see why, because an epoxy floats on the top of the water, and that's what you need out there at the moment. It's not like pumping Burleigh. Like if Burleigh's on the Cook, you don't want an epoxy at all.
The most insane wave ever. I love Burleigh on the Cook.
Like last week, the week before,
The last couple of weeks, obviously, we had the Usher Cup at Snapper last weekend. We had really fun waves out there. My partner, actually, he was coming up here and surfing Burleigh heaps and getting a couple reps in when it was super fun. Nice tight 2 turns here for Jacob. So just even finding those shorter, sharper waves that have a steep wall, that's kind of what Jacko's looking for right now. It doesn't need to be a long stretched out wave. Just one section to belt it can get him a big score.
You could see how I reckon that's going to be a pretty good score for Jacob there, because that was so smooth, so fluent, so direct. Only a short wave, but he really, and look, here we go. Jacko's gone, I'm going to go.
Yeah, Jacob just looks in a 4.35. Jacko Baker up and riding. Slash to start this one off. We waited a while for him to take off on this wave. Great looking second turn. Trying to keep some speed, but that wave unfortunately dying out on the inside. Was that worth a 14-minute wait?
Possibly not, but how's the determined look on his face? You can see he goes, I'm doing it. So it's going to get him in the game. Like, he's going to be one wave, and at least now he's one wave away from maybe progressing, or he's found another one. He's just going to, that's not going, I don't think that's going to give him much at all, that one.
Bit of deep water. Drifts the tail up and over a section there. Pajar out the back, but feels like Jacko might go into a bit of panic mode. Not panic mode, but let's completely drop plan A of sit and wait.
Yeah.
Let's go to plan B. I'm going to catch whatever I can. He might get himself into that 3-5 world off on that first wave. When you look at those scores, it's actually not much though, because Pajar has a 3.65 and a 2.9. So getting actually what is only 6.5 points is actually a lot more doable for Jacko than probably what I'm leading on right now, because I was like, oh, what's he doing? But he needs 6.5 points, Tapper.
Yeah, Jacko could do that on one turn. If he gets the right wave and lets loose, because he has got an amazing array of turns, and the way he surfs can be, but it's just finding that wave. That's the thing, and that's a beautiful but bad thing about surfing is it's Mother Nature. You've got to, and reading it and seeing where that wave's going to be, and if you happen to have priority at the time.
Yeah, it pays off if you have a little bit of priority at the time that you need a wave, and obviously 20-minute heats, 4-man heats as well. Priority is so important, especially when it's small like this, because you have such an edge if you're on the best wave and the biggest waves, and having priority, it's going to make or break in those moments. And so Jacko waited a long time for that wave, wanted to be on something good, but how's this wave shaping up for Pajar? A lot more energy in it, 2 quick turns there. It felt like maybe this swell starting to filter in now. That felt a little bit bigger than what we've seen. Alfie, Alistair Reginado down the line, needing a 2.8. So it's only really Jacob kind of safe in this heat right now. It's still super close, but the judge is really thinking about that wave from Jacko.
Well, they are. They're taking a long while to get those, but I understand. I've been sitting there next to the panel and Jacko's wave, and he wants that score to know where he's at.
Yeah.
And that does play a big part in where you're going to sit, where you're going to go. Like, he might decide to take off to the top of the point and try his luck up there, which can work. But at the moment, he's waiting for that score, and I think he's going to be within reach. But,
yes.
But Jacob Wilcox, he'd be sitting pretty going, okay, there's not much I have to do but watch.
He's killing it
and
right
he's got
now.
priority too.
Because when you look at second place, Pajar Ariana, he only needs a 6 point, well, not only, he needs a 6.2, which is a massive score in the schemes of today. So Jacob really setting himself apart, locking in a 5 early on this heat. Let's look at that score. Wow, Jacko Baker, 5.75. So let's see if we can get a replay from that front on angle. We saw it from the drone. Got 2 nice turns in, but and then a second wave of 1.8.
He's back in town.
In about 40 seconds, he's put himself into second place. Solid.
Look at Reggie there.
Yeah.
That was a solid turn. So watch out for Reggie. He might be down in 4th, but didn't need a big score to move up. And
Great under pressure, Alistair Reginado.
He is. But as you can see, Jacko's holding that 1.8 now. He'll be just going, okay, I've got to get rid of that 1.8 and get something solid so I can protect that second place. But Reggie will be knocking on the door after that last one.
Yeah, love to take another look at that wave, but we've just passed the 3-minute mark. So right now it feels like maybe it's actually Pajar starting to get left behind. He had a really quick start, really fast surfing. Obviously, we're super impressed by him over the whole season. But right now, these guys actually, like we mentioned, fighting for a spot on the Challenger Series. A big result here will help. Great looking energy on this wave. Jacko, there's the second turn. A lot of spray.
Thanks
into
for coming.
a third. Are we talking excellence on that wave?
I reckon Jacko's gone from the Suction house to, he's just gone to the penthouse.
He's gone to the penthouse.
Yeah,
and Jacob knows it. He watched that wave from behind too.
Oh, I tell you what, that's amazing. We see Amado there comes unstuck, but Jacko, wow, like, you know what? As we were sitting here saying he's had no waves, he's having a Barry.
He's like, guys.
Yeah, in the space of probably, under 5 minutes,
Yeah.
he's got 2 really good scores, and I'd say he's gone to the lead.
He's going to the lead for sure. Last wave for Alistair Reginato quickly puts him in second. Comes through as a 4.6, but Tapper and I reckon that Jacko is definitely going to get that 2.6. Well, I'm calling easy best wave of the heat.
Easy best wave. And now, Jacob Wilcox, even though he was on fire and flying, he'd be watching his back now, particularly with Reggie on his tail there.
Now Pajar looking to get his best score, goes for the rotation there. Unfortunately, can't quite hold on to the landing. We're past this 90 seconds. Yeah, I'm obviously still getting used to the scale of the surf and what we've seen, especially between the men and the women. It's my first time kind of having a look at this event today. As far as that wave for Jacko goes, are we thinking 7s, 8s? Is that kind of where a wave like that's been sitting?
I reckon so, because honestly, they were 3 pretty good turns. I reckon it's got to be knocking on the door of excellent, if not excellent. But Jacob's going, come on, give me what's the situation, but not much the beach commentators can do without the score.
Yeah, unfortunately, 50 seconds to go. It's just, Jacob, he wants to know what's going on. Jacko Baker is, I believe, going to the lead on that last wave, 40 seconds. So Chippo wants to be really careful right now.
There we go.
Wow.
8.75.
Score. Had to be excellence there.
Yeah, it had to, eh?
3 big turns. He's going to have a go again. This is up the point too, so where he's sitting, Jacob's going to take the end of this wave. He's going to start to whip the board around, just getting a little bit more energy through that second turn. Nice speed. And it feels like just the CT class of these 2 surfers is going to carry them through to the quarterfinals.
Well, yeah, and I think Jacob needed that one just to put the protection from Reggie there, because Reggie could get a 5.25 with his eyes closed. All he needs is just get that one wave. But now the heat's finished and she's done.
Yeah, Jacko Baker coming from behind.
Oh,
He was so far out of this
We'd kind of
heat.
almost written him off, hadn't we?
Didn't have a wave with 8 minutes to go. Then came through, got the highest wave score we've seen all day, potentially all event, 8.75. And Jacob Wilcox with a really impressive performance. Feels like he's going to be coming in second. It looks like there's a couple of small scores to lock in. We're going to figure it out after the ad break. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. The Gold Coast Open. We'll be right back.
Ready? Warning, this drink may cause side effects. What the hell was that? Hard Fizz new vodka. You want to try one? Ooh, pineapple. That was weird. Oh, where'd your hat come from?
I'm Dan Henry, 19 years old, professional surfer. All the black roll tools are super important to an everyday surfer's life. My dad, he's an everyday surfer, still rips. He uses all the black roll bands. Surfing is very taxing, and to have that stuff just at home, and it's so easy, you can literally do it in like 10 minutes and you're feeling that much better. So I think it's super important to add into your routine. Black roll keeps my surfing at the top of its game.
From one solid heat, we're rolling straight into another one here at the Gold Coast Open. Round of 32, heat number 2, Dom Thomas, who's up and riding right now. He's in the red. Sammy Lowe is in the blue. Cal Robbo, or Caltex, he's in the white. And Tim Bain in the green. A couple of underdogs taking on another CT class surfer, Callum Robson. And someone who I've been really impressed with over the years as well, Sammy Lowe. I feel like this is going to be a great looking matchup here. Jesse Starling, Terry Tapatis, take you through it again. We can't get into this heat without just acknowledging that big 8.75 from Jackson Baker in that last heat.
Oh, Jacko, it was like, we'd kind of written him off, and then he just destroyed that wave. And he got it from up the top, where he just decided, I'm going up there, and got it.
He was we wrote him off. Let's
Yeah,
be real. I was
basically.
like,
Yeah,
see you
it's
later,
like,
Jacko.
you got nothing,
Head back to
mate.
Nui.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. You're way too patient.
And found a wave that just had so much pace to it, just like this one. Wow, Tim Bain, heaps of speed, just behind the section here though. Oh, nothing feels worse than being just caught behind on an absolute bomb. It's got a couple of nice lip lines down the line, but there's the end section. Tapper, I'm not going to lie, felt a little heartbreaking to watch that wave. We'll get back to that Sammy Lowe.
Oh, wow, Sammy. I've actually had the pleasure of commentating his dad as a pro junior and a pro, yeah. So, and that's when we did the press line. I said, so it's great to see Sammy, and he's a lovely young man.
He's so lovely.
Yeah.
He's awesome. Cal Robbo now. He's up and riding on his first wave, generating speed, floats the first section. Can see. Okay, let's wrap. Let's talk about this.
Yeah.
Tim Bain, absolute bomb.
Yeah.
One of the best waves we've seen come through all day. At a beat behind.
I hate that when that happens to me. And the whitewashes on your ankles, and you go, come on, just need that green face.
Nothing worse. That's going to be. I'm going to be really cruel, to be kind. I think really great wave selection, but he's probably left about 6.5, 7 points on that wave.
Yeah, if he was like 3 or 4 metres further across, it would have been where he's at. And here we go, Sammy Lowe though. How direct is Sammy? And he's looking really light on his feet, the young man. Of course, Australian junior champion as well. I was watching that down in Wimbledon, and there we go, Callum Robson. Like, Callum, he's got a bit of a rugby league background, but I tell you what, he reminds me of a prize fighter. Callum's always in for the fight.
He is. He's a pipe champion, Tapper.
Yeah, I know.
He's
yeah,
a pipe
champion. Yeah.
Let that sink in for a second.
Know.
Is that not wild?
But you know what? Is that determined and that gutsy? I have no doubt he deserves that more than anything.
That is one of the most prestigious things to have added to your name as a list of accolades.
Yeah.
Pipe champion, and he's just coming off that, and he's coming into this. He's not slowing down.
It's not pipeline out there.
No, it's not quite pipeline out there.
No,
It was obviously massive when we were there. It was huge, and Callum just absolutely stood up. Now showing that he can generate so much speed when it starts to get small as well. I feel like he's on that DHD nexus. It's looking really fast under his feet. Obviously, we've mentioned everyone on epoxies. And nowadays, it's just incredible to see how far technology has come and how fast you can go even when the waves are really small.
It is, and that's the beauty of those epoxies. When it's small like that, you kind of float on top and you can really drive out of it. And once again, it's a whole little plan you've got to have, your different fins and everything that work for you on those boards in those small conditions. And now the modern pro surfer has to have so many little things in their quiver just to perform.
I could not agree more. There's just a long list of boards, fins, even just trialing different technology that's going to help you. Got a couple of scores starting to filter in. Nothing super crazy at this point, but someone who had something wild. 8.75 was Jackson Baker. He's down there on the glass with Stace Galbraith.
Thanks very much, guys. Big boy lemonade getting it done.
Yeah, definitely big boy. Felt every bit of me weight then, but nah, pretty funny. I was chatting to Morgs pre-Ed. I'm staying at Morgs' house up here, and he goes, what are you doing wearing no leg? I was like, mate, I've got to take as much weight as I can off. Boardies, rashy, board. Nah, I think I got pretty lucky then, though. I just kind of, one of those heats where I know I can't out-grovel those guys. I had to sit, wait, got the 5.5 and moved up the point and got the best wave. Probably, I don't know if the event, maybe it was like 8.7 something. It was a pretty sick wave. Even I was kind of, that felt good. Fresh epoxy from CI, straight out of the factory at Kinner Road, so I'm frothing.
No leggy like Carly Vass in Tahiti.
I know. I'm not packing mad cones like him, though, going switchfoot. I just stick to drinking beers and wearing undies with tradies. So, nah, I'm happy to make that one. I mean, it's tough. I'm staying at Morgan's. Morgan lives with Alistair. Reggie kind of needs results for the Challenger, so that definitely hurt. I mean, I went to the lead, so I left second there, but Chippo kind of cemented that. So, nah, I'm stoked. Family's at home watching. Dad, Helen, Mariah, my partner, Mihaela, her family. Let's go.
No. Before we let you go, mate. I reckon you're one of the best small wave surfers I've ever seen, so you can cut that rubbish out about you not being able to out-grovel these blokes. You've got it in your bakehouse.
Yeah, I mean, but why I'm here is to just get better at heats and believe in my ability, and just, I don't want to grovel the grindy ones. Like, if I'm going to lose a heat, I'd rather be sitting there waiting for the ones I want. And
you've got to do that on the tour anyway, right?
Yeah, 100%. You ain't going to beat Philippe on that on shit ways. So I guess that's the mentality in this event. Is like, I'm not coming here to, I know. I mean, yes, we are taking points if we're doing well, but I want to be doing it in a good fashion, in a way that I want to compete and be on the best two waves. So not winning a heat with 2 5s like the other day and actually getting an 8 and opening up and doing some surfing I want to do.
And you would know how that feels.
Yes.
Beating Philippe, that is.
No, I don't.
Oh, he got you, didn't he? Nah, we need to go back and review that one.
Love him, he's all right. He's the best. So we've had beers after that, everything's all good. Beers.
It wasn't your fault, mate.
Nah, it wasn't my fault, but I mean, it's the fun of surfing. I think controversy is good for the sport, keeping it fun, and hopefully it picks up a little bit tomorrow and we can get jiggy with it and a few cans in the arvo.
Absolutely. Well, you won in my mind, mate. Good to see you again. We'll send it back up top to the Pav. Hope you guys aren't too sloshed up there.
Just waiting for you to get here, Stace.
Yeah, waiting for you, mate.
Beers,
Fair
off the
dinkum,
beers.
mate. I haven't heard more Aussie post-eat interview in my life.
I know. I love those two.
Yeah.
Jacko, you know what? If he decided to hang up in the competitive surfing, I would do everything I could to wrangle him into a commentary career. He is incredible on the microphone.
He reminds me of the honey badger.
Yeah, well, makes sense because he's sponsored by Tradie now.
Yeah.
Honey Badger does all the promo for Tradie. I absolutely love it. Let's talk about this heat. We're 12 and a half minutes to go. 6.75 locking in for Dom Thomas.
Well, Dom Thomas, I noticed in his earlier heats, he is so fast, fluent, and light on his feet. He seems to really, he's got his inner grom going and just floating across all these waves, making it look easy. And I think the judges really love that when you make it look easy.
Yeah, definitely. And he's just so light.
Yeah.
He really is. He just never looks like wave size is an issue for him.
No.
I actually think out of anyone, maybe these conditions suiting Dom the most, because if it was big, he would probably get outpowered by guys like Sammy Lowe, Callum Robson, even Tim Bain. They're all built a little bit bigger than what Dom Thomas is, but the fact that it's light, he can use going to the air to his advantage, and he has these ride-outs so clean.
Wow.
6.75 for that there.
And that was class and so smooth. You know, there was no bobble in riding out of that. It just landed, bang, I'm done.
Such good timing. He's
Yeah.
really started to refine his craft over the last couple of years as well, and I think he's gone from being a grom to being a threat actually on the QS. So it's really cool to see Dom just training really hard, working really hard. Obviously got to start in the stab high as well after trying to stomp a couple big airs down at Newcastle there. I believe it was through Sunbum that he got a wild card into the stab high in Sydney, which is pretty cool. And Tim Bain, like I mentioned, he's kind of built like a footy player. He's a bigger guy, and he hangs out with a lot of really talented goofy footers as well. Whenever we travel around the world, those guys just absolutely belt it, no matter where they are.
Yeah, they do, and they've got a real, well, you know, like coming from the Sunshine Coast and on some of the points there up at Noosa, you know, they know how to surf direct. And little to be known, they probably don't like me saying this, there are some quite solid, chunky reef breaks up the Sunshine Coast that, no, there's not, they're all saying.
Yeah,
but
what are you talking about?
Yeah. but, you know, there are some quality waves up there, but that just shows there for Tim that he can have the full rounded repertoire as we see. Look at Dom. How smooth is that? And thanks for coming again.
Just so light on his feet, like we mentioned, and to be able to generate so much speed on a wave that was honestly the size of my ankles and give us an air reverse.
Yeah.
Just really showcasing he's got a really great skill set, and his technique is amazing in the air. Actually, he's just really good at being able to time those sections perfectly, no matter how big the wave size is. And I love that he's identified that. And we listened to Jacko in that post. He said, "I know I'm not gonna out grovel these guys."
Yeah.
Where Dom probably is gonna out grovel these guys, and I love the fact
Totally.
he's identified that and using his air game to his advantage.
And you can see, at the moment now, it's Dom first and the rest trying to follow him. So
Yes.
Dom is dominating.
Yeah, he is. Just locked in another 6-point ride, so he's got 2 6s, just over 12.5 points. We've got just past his 10-minute, 9.5 to go. Sammy Lowe kicked us off with a 3.15. He's just been super impressive, just building through the years. Tim Bain of 3.65 and Cal with a 2.75. Does it feel like now Cal maybe going to take that Jackson Baker approach? He's going to sit and wait and hope that one with a little bit more power starts to roll through.
I reckon so. And Callum, if he does get away with power,
Tim, Sammy or Cal, you'll have pretty similar scores. You're all battling for ones at this point. How are you going to give yourself a point of difference with 4.5 minutes to go?
I think you need to find that wave like we saw in the last heat Jacko did, and really drop that back foot in and throw heaps of spray, and the judges will go, wow.
Tim Bain looking to do just that. There's the second turn. Actually could potentially be the third. Little bit junky through the inside, having to get some more, just trying to drive his own energy through there. But I feel like those first 2 turns is right on cue to what you're talking about. Might get himself another 4-3 or something in that kind of range, and put a little bit more pressure on Sammy and Cal, who have been sitting for a while now. There's nothing like sitting there and then things just starting to filter into your mind, like, oh, should I have taken a wave earlier?
Yeah, I should have that one up. Yeah, that one up before. I should have taken that. But if you're right, you just blank that out of your head and go, I know what I want. I know what I'm looking for. It's coming. That positive thought train can help you out quite a bit, and it will come. There's definitely going to be some way for someone out there, but it's who's going to get it. Sammy Lowe's got priority, so he'll be sitting waiting for the first one, and then that's the thing for Caltex. He's going to have to hope there's 2. Or that Sammy makes a mistake and doesn't go one.
Yeah, and you can see there's a little bit of distance between the 2 of them right now. It feels like Cal sitting a little further down the peak. And then, of course, we've got our surfers in green and red, Tim and Dom, right up the point where it looks like Sammy Lowe he's starting to make his way up there as well. He wants to start to pull rank where there's been a lot of waves coming through, which is kind of dangerous. It leaves Cal on a bank to himself. If a wave comes, it's all his.
Yeah, that door is open for Cal, and you can see Cal, his experience as a competitor, thinks, yeah, okay, boys, you go up there. It's been a while since one's come here. It's coming. And that's a kind of a thing you have to have. You have to have belief in your game plan and belief that, hey, it's going to come there. You've got to have that self-confidence.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
it's coming, don't worry. It's like 20 seconds to go. There's a wave coming.
It's still coming.
Been there before. 4-5. So that last wave score for Tim Bain comes in. It's a 3.6. So that leaves Cal Robbo chasing a 4.5. Sammy Lowe with a 4.1. This is getting interesting now. It has to be something that needs a moment, at least one big moment on that wave to get into that 4-point range, because judges aren't giving them out easy.
No. It's going to be either a really major turn, or you're going to have a series of pretty good turns there to get over that 4 mark anyway. In
a sense of ocean talk and surfer talk, has the entirety of the event been one heat on, one heat off wave-wise?
It's kind of been a bit like that. But then again, sometimes it's just like, it's little moments within the heats. There's little moments. There's like a 10-minute little phase where 2 or 3 waves will come through and then it slows right down. So I think we're about due to see a few little waves come through. I know when I went out, I had a swim after my walk, and I thought, and I saw someone on a longboard, give me a go. And I sat out there, and there were waves coming through, but only every so often were the good ones there. So there's going to be some. I think we've got maybe a chance of one more, but Callum Robson, I think he's decided he's going to go up the top as well.
Yeah, it feels like we're starting to see everyone shift their way up the point here. 1 minute to go, so it's now or never. And you know what? These guys actually haven't made a wrong call not going anyways, because no waves has gone to the bank that they've been sitting at.
Yeah.
Maybe the wrong call not paddling up the top quicker, because Dom was getting a lot of waves up there. And it feels really quiet out there right now, Tapper.
Yeah, and so smart from Dom to get there, get busy, get those scores, because his scores came in probably the first 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And there you go, and he's got the scores now. But, well, with 35 seconds remaining, it's, I think, Callum's hoping for a miracle, as is Sammy Lowe. Well, especially a miracle for Callum, because he needs to hope that Sammy doesn't get one. Here we go. That's Sammy Lowe. Goes the reverse. Doesn't make it. So, well, I think that could be all she wrote. Is there a chance for Callum Robson here? He's looking. He's paddling. He's got 10 seconds. And he's got the afterburners on. Is there going to be a last-minute Larry?
Doesn't feel like there will be. It looks like Sammy Lowe, however, got a wave. His body language isn't super convincing. Tim Bain, a lot of speed. Nice first turn. Unfortunately, loses the rotation on the second one, but that was, unfortunately, scores locking in for Sammy Lowe. It's a 1. Actually, no, he's got another wave to lock in, but that was really tough as far as waves coming through in that one, but well done to Dom Thomas, just finding the best rides on that. We're going to go to a quick ad break, and we're going to welcome in a new booth. It's going to be Izzy Caldo and Stace Galbraith for the call. We'll be right back after this short ad break.
BYD Sea Line 6, where progress comes as standard. Book a test drive today.
a crystal ball with value, my mind's a mess. So would you just take control? I know that I need you. No feelings ever the same. The first time that I had you, I felt it.
G'day, another surf report for you, but it's not looking good. No waves today, really. It's pretty grim.
Now I live alone in my little home. I pay all my own bills. Now I live alone in my little home, and I pay all my own bills. And if she don't love me, I bet her sister will.
Okay, boxes are fucking me up.
Welcome back to the Gold Coast Open. Thanks for sticking with us. We hope you enjoyed your Saturday morning around the coast. This is Heat 3, the round of 32. Lennox Smith, Kei Kobayashi, Hiroto Arai and Mitchell Peterson. Stace Galbraith in the booth with Izzy Caldo. Izzy, lovely to meet you.
Stace, yeah, you too. Exciting day of action. We were on hold for a couple of hours. Now we're back. And Mitchie P getting things started for him.
Yeah, so tell us a bit about yourself. I see your name on these heat draws all over the country and all around the world. You've been doing really well for yourself. Do you see Mitchell at home a lot on the sunny coast? You're obviously from Maroochydore.
Yeah, so me and Mitch obviously share a sponsor, Grey Finance. So we hang out quite a bit, and his dad, Paul, obviously really heavily involved in surfing as well. Love Mitchie, such a beautiful, well-humbled young man.
He's a good kid.
Yeah, so did uni last year, and now going to try give the Kiwis a bit of a crack.
Sick. What a Grey Finance help you with? Are they a mortgage brokering firm? Are they accounting?
Mortgage broker.
Yeah. Love that. Very useful job in this day and age.
Yeah, so good.
What did you study at uni?
Occupational therapy.
Oh, good on you.
Yes.
There's a few busted units up here at the pub that could probably use your help, actually. A couple of wounded gulls from the luncheon that they had up in here yesterday. But not out in the water. These young athletes are all in ripping shape. Especially young Mitchell and Lennox, a couple of youngsters taking on the more seasoned competitors. Kei representing Japan, but spends, pretty sure he grew up in America and spends his time in the States. He's a great surfer. He's come out to Australia a lot over the years to do these events at Burleigh. And Hiroto Arai also representing Japan and hails from Japan as well. So we saw Lennox get off to a good start there, 5-point ride. We saw the couple of heats this afternoon, 5 points. Izzy seems like a pretty good score.
Oh yeah, 5 points out there is like an 8-point ride. Hiroto up and riding for him, quick in and out. But I feel like really the theme we're seeing this afternoon is people getting through that are staying really busy.
Yep.
We obviously see lots of people like to sit and wait with that priority, but I feel like today it's just too inconsistent.
Yeah, it's an interesting point you make. I would agree with you until I spoke to Jackson Baker, and he just told me the exact opposite. Now, I agree with his point as well. It's like on the tour, you can't really out-surf these really good surfers. And, when you look at the heat that Jackson was in, like he said, Jacob Wilcox, Alistair Reginato, and another really good surfer whose name escapes me at the moment, you can grovel, but it's going to be hard to surf a 3 up into a 7. And we saw that really pay off for Jackson in that heat. But I'm with you. 20-minute heats, you really want to look to at least be busy. Maybe not ride every wave, but you certainly don't ever want to be sitting up on your board. You want to be trying to get any kind of skerrick you can, especially with how wide the lineup is today. You could get waves right up the top. There's good waves down the bottom, as we see up the top here. This is your boy Mitchell. Beautiful turn out of the top there. He just fits the second one in, but it's a great release on the first turn. He'll be stoked with that one, is he?
Yeah, Mitchie, youngster. We see him obviously doing really well all through the Pro Juniors. And coming up into the big Kiwi 4000 here at Burleigh Heads, Gold Coast Open. I feel like Mitchie's doing the right thing. He's getting a nice start. We see obviously Lennox Smith coming off a third at Worlds with that 5.00. He's back up a 3.15.
What about Mitchell's wave? We'll concentrate on this one for the time being. But Mitchell's wave at, I believe, rock piles or maybe log cabins somewhere along the 7-mile stretch there in Hawaii just recently. That was a seriously meaty tube.
Insane.
It's kind of like the sunny coast. It's kind of like Florida and that. How do guys from the sunny coast, Julian Wilson, Wade Goodall, Mitch Colborn, how do they charge so hard?
I know.
And, Mitchell's just thrown himself right in that category as well. That was a That was a life-changing ride.
Yeah, insane. And he's definitely shot up a bit. He used to be a tiny little thing, cute little thing.
Yeah, he's growing up right before our very own eyes. Someone else who's done the same is Dom Thomas from down Newcastle way. Tapper, take it away, mate.
Thanks, Stacey. I'm here with Dom Thomas. Dom, what a great little heat you had there. It just all fell into place for you.
Yeah, at the start of the heat, I decided to go up the point and just like try and get a quick start up there. But then waves just kept coming, so I just kept paddling back up, and I got really like I would surf this in 4 foot down to this size, and it's amazing.
Well, mate, great performance. Congratulations. Well done.
It's amazing.
Well, mate, great performance. Congratulations. Well done. We'll see you in the next round.
Thanks heaps.
Back to you guys up in the booth.
Yeah, thanks, Terry. Good on you, Dom. Tip of the cap to young Terry there, our sideline commentator. Tapper's looking mental. He's on a big health kick. Eggs.
Crazy. Uncle Tap Tap.
Uncle Tap Tap's been on fire. As we're just sort of positioned up here in the shade, up at the Pav. Wouldn't want to be anywhere else. Mitchell Peterson here humming along this wave. He's got a couple of good scores on the board already, but unfortunately doesn't get going on that one. But yeah, Dom made the interesting point that no one else really followed him up the point there, Izzy. Why boys didn't do that?
Yeah, I've been watching it, obviously waiting, and it's pretty inconsistent up there. But when the good waves do come through, as we saw, Dom got 2 of the best waves of that heat.
Yep.
And this looks like Lennox Smith, nice little float to get things started, and hits it there for a foam climb. He'll kick out there. As you can see, when the boys do get through that inside, it just is so fat, so gutless. So it'll be interesting to see if the boys do venture on up there.
I guess different styles of surfing too. You know, Dom really confident in just being able to get one manoeuvre done and get a pretty good score, and maybe the other surfers in the heat, you know, Sammy Lowe and those lads, they were maybe looking for the waves that run a bit further down the line, and they just decided, you know what, just going to have to fall on my sword here and stay in my position. As Mitchell's not waiting around for anything, he's going to try and keep putting the pressure on and getting a bit more of a gap between himself and the rest of the field, because it is pretty tightly contested there in the top scoring column. 4, 6, 5, a 5 and a 4 between the surfers in green, red and blue. So there's no one's really running away with it just yet. Lennox Smith with the best of it, best single wave. As we see a nice ride there from Kei Kobayashi, and Hiroto Arai not really getting things underway here. He sits with priority, as you and I spoke about at the start of the heat, Izzy. That kind of...
Yeah, for sure. But I feel compared to previous heats, it's definitely getting busier. And I feel like it might be an illusion from up here, but I feel like it's getting a bit bigger.
I reckon there's lots of illusions that you see up here.
100%. We're up at the Pav.
Just coming up to halfway mark in this heat. It's the young Sunny Coaster out in the lead at the minute, and like you said, a pretty tall looking wave there by today's standards. We'll try and catch up on that one from Hiroto Arai. He'd be stoked to throw his hat in the ring for this heat. He's a seasoned competitor. He wouldn't have minded waiting for that long of his first ride if it was a meaningful score. So we'll wait to catch up on that score as it comes in. As we say, Kei Kobayashi out the back here. As I mentioned, Kei's also really well travelled, competed all over the world. He's thrown his hat in the ring at Burleigh here in the past and done really well. And yeah, it's cool to see all the faces from across the world in this event, as we have the Beagle, Lennox Smith, out the back. Plenty of good dog watching on this footpath here at Burleigh, none more so than Lennox Smith. You see him, Lennox? He's been absolutely ripping lately. Probably one of the most well-rounded, I guess I can't really call him a junior anymore because he just did the World Juniors and I think that was his last crack at it, but still a really young lad, and he's really well-rounded. We saw him compete really well in the Philippines. The waves were not too dissimilar to this. And then we know, being from the South Coast, he's really well-rounded, and I guess in the waves you're going to find on the tour, big barreling slabs, he's really confident.
Yeah.
So he's sitting number 1, I believe, on the ratings at the minute, or if he's not number 1, he's right up there. He's looking really good to make the Challenger Series for this year.
Second.
Reef Hazelwood out in front. Yep. Caleb Tancred in 3rd. Harley Walters 4th. Ben Lawrence in 5th. Your boy from the sunny coast.
Yeah, Benny. Unfortunately, early exit for Benny yesterday. It's just so tricky with the waves. It's really hard, but I guess if you really want to... This is the last
Did
event.
you surf in this comp?
No, I didn't.
Oh, you should have done both.
No. But for Benny, being ranked 5th, and this is one of the second last event of the qualifying series. In a couple of days is Phillip Island, so I feel like Benny's going to have momentum and that hungriness to really do well at Phillip Island.
I agree with you on the hungriness.
Yes.
He won't have any momentum, but he'll be fired up.
He'll be fired up.
He'll be fired up, which is
Yes.
sometimes you need that. That's what these long seasons are for. You know, you're
Yeah.
allowed to have. Got good speed on this one here. Another big hit to finish. Got good speed on this one here. Another big hit to finish.
Lose. He's got everything to prove.
Totally.
Yeah, and I feel like having that pressure off you really makes you perform really well.
What's the trick to keeping that feeling alive?
I think just being hungry and really wanting it and just loving the process and not really thinking about the result as we see, white.
It's a cool turn there from Hiroto, just the one turn. We're not going to be a huge to the imagination.
Yeah, we've been watching a few of the boys last couple of waves, been not really riding out of those finishing turns there. Don't know if they're getting a little bit buckled or a bit tricky, bit lumpy, bumpy, but definitely makes out here are everything.
Yeah, you're so spot on when the conditions are small. We saw that with the ladies this morning. If you find yourself on a good wave, you've really got to find that balance between, you know, getting the most out of the wave, not safety surfing it, but also if you go too hard and you butcher a good wave, you're going to leave a lot of points on the table there. The judges want to see you looking really clean and in control when the waves are small, particularly when there's a bit of bump on the face like you mentioned, Izzy. It's, look, fun for a paddle on a Sunday or a Saturday afternoon, but in a heat, you've got to be really precise. We saw that earlier from Jacob Wilcox. I thought he looked really good. Jackson Baker looked really good. But as you mentioned in this heat here, there's just been a couple of slip-ups. So with under 6 minutes on the clock now, it's time for Mitchell, Lennox and Hiroto to really kind of clean that up. But again, in that top scoring column, there's not even 1.5 points or just over in everyone's top ride. So it's Kei Kobayashi out in the lead at the moment, but he will be by no means feeling comfortable.
No, 100%, especially knowing the calibre of Hiroto and Lennox and even Mitchie. Like, those boys are just all as good as each other. It just comes down to what wave, as we see Lennox Smith, nice little finner there for Lennox. Be interesting to see if he did anything out the back or the single turn. Looking for a 3.45.
You'd have to think if there's another turn in that wave, it's going to be a big score.
Oh, huge.
Yeah. Body language kind of reeked of I did 2 good turns, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. Stand tall.
So we'll have to see how that one goes. I think even just the one turn, he probably gets there on the one single manoeuvre on its own. If there was another turn in that, he's well and truly going to be out in front there. And look at this. Nice little check snap to start. A mental turn to finish there. Really good small wave surfer from Lennox. Great combo. Didn't push too hard on the first turn. Kept his speed down the line. I think the judges are really going to like that as they're just digesting that score. 4.5 minutes on the clock. A 3.43 will get him to second. And a bit more than that will take him all the way to the lead, and that's done that. 6.1 there for Lennox. So now he's got himself with 2 of the 3 best rides of the heat. That's a pretty good spot to be in, Izzy.
Oh, gosh, yeah. A 6.10 is like a 10 out here.
Yeah.
I'd be stoked.
Yeah. Scale's almost done. That's it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just on 4 minutes remaining. A little bit harder now for Mitchie to get into second. A 5.36 and Hiroto a 5.56, but you can't count them out yet.
No, you're right. It's just those scores now are just sort of going to put pressure back on the lads with the wave selection. Like anything less than that, you can probably look at any wave and go, you know what, I'm a good enough surfer to grind out that score. But you know, a mid-5, like you mentioned, if a 6 is a 10, a 5.5 is a 9. So it's it just kind of the decision for these guys now is not as simple as it was a minute ago before Lennox got that wave. So yeah, good timing there for Lennox to put that score on the board. And with 4th priority, he's going to try and stay busy. He's picked himself off a little corner here. But unlike the last one, had pretty good body language. That one, not so much.
Yeah. And we've seen Mitchie, the whole heat, be super busy. Now he's got priority. So it's going to be really interesting to see. He's a little bit further up the point than the other boys. And it's going to be really interesting to see if he's going to just wait until a good one comes through.
Yeah, it's it's always a curious case how you close out your heats like this. And if you're really sure on your lineups, sitting first priority by yourself is fine. But on days like today when it's so shaky and so shifty, I don't mind seeing first priority, even if they're chasing a score, just kind of join the pack to take a wave off out of the set from the other surfers. Because with how tight the scoring is right now, it could all flip on its head if you're not in that conversation. So it's a different story if you're happy with where you are and your lineups are solid. But I would say there's so many different ways you can get a 5 out there today. And just with white and blue so close to each other, I reckon Mitchell could almost kill 2 birds with 1 stone here in the dying minutes if he plays his cards correctly.
Well, we've seen Mitchie go to the air, and he's fell on the last couple. So if he lands one of those,
it's almost a dangerous sign, isn't it?
It is. It really puts a question mark there of where they're going to go with that. With 2 minutes remaining. Really interesting. End of last heat, I saw Dom and Mitchie having a conversation. Dom pointing to a landmark for Mitchie. So maybe Mitchie playing a little bit of tactics, going to sit where Dom was sitting. But time will tell.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting how it all is laid out here. The guys with the high priority are in that defending position, so you won't see them typically have too much argy-bargy with one another. It'll be up to Hiroto and Lennox to kind of try and get themselves a bit of freedom and try and either increase their lead or chase a score down if you're in Hiroto's situation. So we're down to 90 seconds here on the clock, just under.
If you're okay, would you be sitting on Mitchie or Hiroto?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good question. Like with the Mitchell situation, obviously he's in third, chasing a score. It's a pretty decent score. I would say Mitchell's looked better than Hiroto. So I know Kay doesn't have priority over Mitchell, but Mitchell's a younger kid, right? So I would probably think that I could use my experience to kind of bait him into one that's not a good score, and then get priority off him, and then sort of close it out from there. So I probably would be sitting on Mitch, even though Mitch does have priority. I think you could maybe try and lean into Mitch's inexperience. I don't know if that would work or not, but that would be my thinking. It's also, too, you've got to think about who's been looking better. And I think, Hiroto's been surfing good, but I'd say Mitchell's actually looked better.
Yeah.
He just probably hasn't clicked, like you said, with those airs. So I would probably try and make him feel the situation that he's in. Like you said at the start of this heat, he's that happy-go-lucky grommet. I'd probably let him know, no, you're with the big boys now. You're going to have to make a real decision. I'm not just going to give you free reign over any next wave that comes through. You can only make a decision once. You can only block me once if that's the case. So
100%.
It's a tricky one, though. And in the small waves, those tactics are key. To be honest, everyone's just sort of playing their own game at the moment, which is very gentlemanly of the boys.
Yeah, we're just on 3, 2, 1 seconds. So that heat is over, Stace.
And it was Hiroto right chasing a 5.56. He looked really nice on the wave. It didn't really give him the coping he was looking for, so I'm not too certain that wave will be the score, but we will wait for the next heat to get ready. They're in the gates, and we will likely bring you the results of that last heat momentarily. Beautiful scenes here on Burleigh Hill this afternoon. We're going to take a short break here at the Gold Coast Open. Stay tuned, we'll be right back.
Looking for love that I can't find. 'Cause I've been running It's time for the good times. Forget about the bad times, yeah. One day to come together to release the pressure. We need a holiday. Oh yeah, celebrate. Oh, it would be so nice. Holiday.
So I said to him, tell him he's dreaming.
Babe, let's go. You said one more an hour ago.
Yeah, but this is different.
How?
Karen, relax. We made this for you. It's sweeter on the lips and lighter on the rig. And Kaz, it's bloody vodka.
Now move that body and show me you want some more.
Welcome back to the Gold Coast Open at Burleigh Heads. If you've just tuned in, Cooper Davies out of the Sunshine Coast, your 2024 World Junior Champion. Bronson Matey Jarvis Earl, your 2022 world champion, Jarvis Earl, and Joel Vaughan, who's just an absolute madman on the world tour. Rounding out this heat. This is easily the most stacked heat in the round by a country mile. And that's not saying a bad thing about the draw. We've seen some really good heats so far. And this is certainly going to be another one of them. Stacey Galbraith in the booth with Izzy Caldo. Izzy, wow.
I know.
Come on, let's see some
excited.
waves. Yeah.
This is round of 32. This is easily a final.
Yep.
So especially Bronson has had a crazy year. On the Challenger Series, hasn't had too much of a good run yet, but obviously Newcastle coming up.
Yeah.
And that's where Jacob Wilcox got his maiden win.
Yeah, I think it was his maiden CS victory for sure. As we see outside here, that's Bronson right there. And before anyone tells me that he was the 2025 world champion, yes, he did win in 2025, but it was for the 2024 season. And it's a title that a lot of great names have been on. Thank you, Burjo. Take one of them.
Thank you.
One for me, one for you. Izzy, great times up here. Lemon, lime and bitters, of course. Trying to be on the pro-y at the moment. But, you know, it's you need to have something in your hand up here.
Yeah, exactly.
Cooper Davies from the Sunny Coast up and riding.
Yeah, Coops recently moved to Goldie, splitting his time between Sunny Coast and Goldie. But, God, Goldie looks pretty good on him. Another local.
Best he's ever looked, I reckon.
I know.
He's been training the house down.
Yeah. Have you seen his bike rides he's been doing?
I have actually, yeah.
Ridiculous
I mean, I'm just seeing his chassis. He's looking elite. He's been lifeguarding around here with Morgs and the lab. It's a healthy job, that's for sure. As we catch up on a replay here, Bronson, he's just got that unlocked, doesn't he? Judges are going to be pretty critical of that, particularly in this heat. As we see Joel Vaughan sort of paddling out there, we'll catch you back up on a replay from him. If we have it, we'll bring it to you if it's worth watching. If not, we'll go back to live action with Bronson here, making his way down the line. He's got the speed, gets a bit more pop on that one. And he's going to have to be light on his feet here if he wants to ride out of this one. Unfortunately, in a free surf maybe, but in a heat, the judges will likely deem that incomplete.
Yeah, for sure.
And we'll say here, this is where the fly boys have got to be careful. I don't think that'll be a huge score there from Cooper, but you can see that he's got the small wave nous in him. I don't think we'll see Cooper go to the air as much as the other two. We'll look to see him stay on the rail, but he's super consistent, really powerful surfer, and he knows how to surf these type of waves, you know, being from the Sunshine Coast. All respect due.
No, 100%. This is all we get. I'm pretty sure the Sunshine Coast is a bit bigger than Burleigh right now, which is unheard of.
Yeah, that's a rarity.
So we see quick in and out for Jarvis. Really interesting to see the boys' positioning. Kind of the same as last heat, really. No one really venturing too far up.
You'll watch this heat, I feel, become a bit more like a live sort of organism. If one guy goes there, you'll see the rest follow. If you see the other, because you know for sure the big dog in this heat is Joel Vaughan. There's no doubt about that. But in conditions like this, it does level the playing field. So I think you will see everyone kind of look to be, you know, as defensive as they are attacking at the same time. I don't think you'll see anyone just break away and go and surf by themselves, because everyone knows that the talent level in this heat is so high that I don't think anyone will want to give anyone like too much room just to surf their own heat. As we see Joel Vaughan up and riding here, he's got all the tricks in the book, and on top of that, he's got that CT power and speed. But unfortunately, I put the mocker on him there. A rare fall there from Joel.
Yeah, and with Jarvis returning from injury as well. Is this his first competition back? I'm pretty
I think it might be, yeah. Was he injured himself in the wave pool event? Or was it in just warming up?
I think it was South Korea.
South Korea, yeah. I think he made the air almost, eh?
Yeah. And then just buckled on the landing.
Yeah.
So this is a pretty big comp for Jarvis. He's not really anywhere near the qualifying for the Challenger Series, so I feel like he's got pressure off him. And this is a really good feeling for Jarvis, like getting back into things.
He's already on the Challenger though, right, for this year? Yeah. Or was he not? Because he's been so buckled and so injured that I don't think he hasn't surfed any heats.
No.
I'm just trying to think for Newcastle if we'll see his head in it down there. But yeah, you're right. It's been a long journey back for Jarvis. It's good to see him Yeah, I actually haven't spoken to him about his injury. I don't know if he's at 100% or 90, or he has been surfing around the Goldie lately with pretty big piece of equipment wrapped around his knee, big knee brace, but he's been absolutely ripping. It doesn't look like he's lost any bit of confidence. You see sometimes these big injuries can obviously knock you around, but Travis has been doing his best.
Yeah.
Which is a bummer about his year, because he did get off to a really good start. He started with the 9th, but we'll catch you back up on Jarvis in a minute. Tapper's on the sideline. Tapper.
G'day here. I'm here with Lennox Smith. Got the win. He's was that a bit of a struggle out there with the waves, mate? But to tell you what, you made it look pretty good out there.
Yeah, it's definitely pretty rubbish out there, but happy to get through the heat and keep on going.
Mate, 6s and 5s, a good way, a few good scores there, mate. What was your plan going into that heat?
Honestly, I didn't even really have one. Caleb was stuffing around trying to get a car park, and I was like, mate, just drop me off. I need to run out, and just grabbed me Rashi and got out there. So I kind of just played it by ear.
So you didn't even think. That sometimes not thinking can work.
Yeah, I think that was the trick.
Well, mate, great scores. That board looks really good and fluid under your feet too, the carbon.
Yeah, the old carbo, trusty, it's good. Mental.
Oh, that's it, mate. Well, good luck. We'll see you in the next round. Keep it flowing.
Yeah, cheers, Tapper.
Don't think too much there to go. Back to you guys up in the booth.
Don't let him fool you. Those neurons were firing. Brain waves were going everywhere. He's a wolf in sheep's clothing, that Lennox Smith. Bronson Matey there with a series of absolutely lightning fast manoeuvres.
And he loved it.
He loved it. He's a cool character. You don't see too much emotion out of him at the end of a ride like that. So to have him feeling this good early in the heat is ominous signs.
Yeah, and it's a little bit scary if I was every other person in this heat.
Yeah.
So we see a replay of Bronson's wave. Nice little float there to get things started. And there we go. Massive tail flow, and does another couple series of turns. Wow, this is like one of the only waves that's sort of gone all the way through that section there.
Little snap of the fingers. Thanks for coming. Really, really strong turn in the middle of that ride there. From young Bronson Matey, we will wait for the scores to come in. At the moment, it's Joel Vaughan out in the lead. But no one's really put their hand up yet, apart from that last wave of Bronson. Judges just chewing through it at the moment. And there we have it, a 6.1.
Another 10.
Another 6.1.
Yeah.
What's with the 6.1s? I've never really thought of that as being a score that would come out that frequently, especially this early in the heat.
No, 100%. With just over 10 minutes remaining, I feel like that adds a little bit of pressure. All the boys are pretty close together.
Time.
Yeah. And we saw yesterday, Steph's heat, all three girls.
I did see that.
Tied on 11.25.
Three-way tie. Groundbreaking here at the Gold Coast Open. Good scores too. That's a good heat total.
Yeah.
It's a bummer to lose surfers like that when you have a big total. Joel Vaughan in and out of that one.
Coops, here
Coops off
we
the end.
go. Nice little turn to get things started. That's better for Coops. Don't know if his body language really said he liked that one. He sort of put his head down a little bit. So I don't know if that will be a high score for Coops.
He just looked like he got caught in two minds there.
Yeah.
Joel Vaughan behind. He's not going to wait around. You can see Joel's energy. You can see his make rate in the air.
Oh my goodness.
It's just something that he makes it look all too easy. A really nice completion there for Joel. And you can even see that on the prior ride. For everyone else, it was a dead set closeout. But for him, it was a big ramp opportunity, and it didn't quite work out on his prior ride, but on this one, he was a little too deep. This is the replay of Cooper's ride. And, walk us through it, Izzy.
Yeah, we see this turn. Nice way to get things started. And you can see that he, like you said, Stace, just caught in between two minds. I don't know if he really liked how he finished that one off. Is this...
You can replay all these waves from the drone angle. I think Cooper would be pretty stoked from the drone angle. The front angle, though, you can just see he didn't quite get the release out of the turn that he was chasing.
But yeah, it'll be interesting to see where they go with Joel's score. An air. Did Jacko do an air?
I don't think so. I think Jackson just put his back foot into a few sections and got it done. But we'll wait to see what the judges think of that one. I mean, it was really nice air, you know, for the conditions.
Yeah.
Don't think the judges will go too crazy on it, especially particularly this heat. They know what Joel's capable of. They know what Bronson's capable of. Jarvis has got a big air in him as well, so they'll want to make sure they kind of keep it relative to a really nice combo. But it will still be a strong score for Joel. It's going to put a bit of pressure on Coops and Jarvis because they haven't really hit the board yet. Joel's got the set 4.75 to work with and a score to come. We have another wave here.
Oh, wow.
Similar to the last wave of his section. Slightly harder to hit on that occasion, so the judges will take that into consideration, but it wasn't quite as clean on the ride out, so they're just those, like what you mentioned in the last seat, just those minor details that when the waves are small, you've got to be so precise.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel like for Joel, he's really getting some nice momentum now, and really out here, I feel like momentum is everything.
Yep.
And getting busy. We haven't seen too many waves from Jarvis. This is a replay from Joel, though.
So that's the second last one. There's a bit easier of a section to hit, and he did really well to get the tail up nice and high. Beautiful drone angle here, and that was the very last ride. A bit dumpier of a section, which made it, you know, obviously a bit more critical to do, but it just didn't quite get the pop to get him out in front of the wave. So the judges will be critical. I just don't know if they'll give him the ride out on that one. But he's got one in the bank to come, and then one that's a maybe, so he'll be fine.
Yeah,
Coops up and riding now.
Wow.
Oh, that's better.
Yes.
How does that go for your Sunny Coast emotions?
Love that. No, that's so much
You're
better
allowed
for
to be biased up here.
Yeah, I'm always biased.
Yeah, we don't try and hide it.
No. Yeah, that's so much better for Coops. We really saw his surfing come to life then. Finally got that little bit of release that he was chasing the last couple waves, and Joel Vaughan score a 5.60, shoots him straight into the lead as we see heaps of speed again, tail high, and rise out of that one. What do you think of that, Stace?
It's pretty cool. Yeah, it's sort of hard to see on the screen there with a bit of glare for us. I don't know if he tried to get a little grab in there or not, but we'll check it out on the replay. But yeah, all of those things are what the judges will take into consideration, and Joel will know that better than anyone. He's basically had 4 air reverses, 2 that he's sort of made, 2 that he hasn't. He knows now he doesn't need another 5, 6 or another 4, 5. He really needs to try and get into that next realm of scores to get a bit further out. But this is a really nice wave he is.
Yeah, love that from Cooper. 2 great turns. I feel like 2 opening good turns at the start of the wave is really getting people really good scores out here today as we see Joel, his last air.
Lincoln, you miss it, which I did. Did he get a little grab in there? No, he didn't. Nah. Cool drone angle.
Yeah, he just looks so casual doing those things.
He's still in first gear, isn't he?
Oh, literally. And just waiting for scores.
Bronson doesn't want to let Joel have all the fun. He's going to try and get involved in this little air rev show that's going on right now. Oos. Wow. You can see the young Indonesian there. He's got some springs in those ankles. Riding a similar looking board to Lennox Smith.
Oh, yeah. He did get.
He kind of went for the stale grab there. He might have got a little tap on it. Yeah, it's just this beautiful stripe of glare running through our screen. I kind of can't quite see Joel at all, but just the body and the way the arms go back there. We're really trying to break this one down here.
I love it.
Wonder if the judges have this angle. They might be requesting it. Joel, obviously a Stab High Sydney champion at the end of last year, taking out Yago Dora and his younger brother Huey, just to name a few of his competitors in that one. But yeah, it was a pretty cool event to see Joel, Yago, Molly Picklum all in that event.
Yes.
And
Miller
Brown, yep.
Sierra.
Gosh, it was
so
a
many girls.
big list.
Yeah.
But yeah, to have that like CT level of surfer in it,
Yeah.
it really just lifted the level for everyone. I mean, obviously it's
100%.
it's a different vibe to these Challenger and qualifying series events or even the World Tour events. They're obviously a bit more serious. But yeah, Stab High down at the pool there at Sydney brought a different feel to competitive surfing, but it's still heaps of fun, but still some good prize money on the line and certainly bragging rights. So for Joel to kind of take that out, I know that was a massive feather in his cap for sure, and that's why you see him looking so comfortable here. He spent his whole life, practicing these manoeuvres, and it's so cool seeing him, bring it to life in the ocean heats. I don't think he got as many opportunities as what he would have liked to last year to do some big airs. He had 2 pretty much. One was a 9.93 and one was a 10 when he qualified for the tour. He's got massive airs in his repertoire. He's not scared to hit a huge section. We won't get a huge section today, I can guarantee you that, but I still have faith that we will see a relatively big air.
Yeah.
And maybe in the next 3.5 minutes.
Exactly, and even hopefully tomorrow with
Yeah.
the little spike and the swell.
Yeah.
Be interesting to see for finals day tomorrow. Obviously, we got the call. We're going to 4-man heats to really get things finished by tomorrow.
We've had to have a few slow days, haven't we? Today in
Yeah.
particular. 5 hours off in the middle of the day, sort of not in the schedule.
No.
So, but obviously, yeah, the Tour and Surfing Queensland working closely to get a result here. We want to see some surfing. We want to see the surfers in the best ways we possibly can. So that's sort of how we ended up in this position. Obviously, we had planned to go to man-on-man competition, but we've had to make a few tweaks, haven't we?
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like in conditions like this, especially being the second last event of the qualifying series, I think it's a really good decision to really give those surfers a chance to maximise as much points as they can to qualify.
Yep.
Before Phillip Island in a couple days.
Yeah, straight into it.
back.
Yeah. It's cool. It's cool when you see those events back to back like that. Like you said, you can see the surfers either get that momentum or carry those emotions down the road.
Yeah.
Whether it's a win or a loss, you can kind of keep your training head on.
Yeah.
So you see Bronson there trying to get really tricky with it. Unfortunately, coming unstuck, and he's got to make sure he keeps an eye on young Cooper here. Cooper locking in a 6.1 of his own.
Yeah, and a bit uncharacteristic for Jarvis Earl. Only 2 small scores. He needs an 8.90, and I feel like obviously he's had a lot of time off, but I haven't really seen Jarvis Earl in this position before.
Yeah, he's a very well-rounded competitor.
Yeah.
He's still only really young though, but he's definitely had a really decorated career in the last at least the last 2 years. So we see up and riding here now. The man himself, unfortunately, just doesn't get the pop out of the lip he was chasing.
And like we were saying before, Stace, I feel like he's sat with priority.
Yep. Yeah, I feel like it's really tricky on the backhand. There's definitely a style of wave that you want to look for. An easy 6 for Jarvis would obviously just be like 2 up and unders, 2 backhand turns, get it done. But he's got the skill set to do it in one big manoeuvre as well, whether that's a big blowtail or a big air. But, that's just obviously the harder way to go about it, as we see a pretty tricky takeoff there. It looked like he's going to be able to get himself some scores going there, but not the case.
No.
With only a minute left on the clock. It's an 8.9 to do it in one score. That's going to be really hard. But keeping a close eye here on Cooper Davies. I don't think Joel Vaughan would be giving him too much grief. I think Joel will go the next wave if it's a really, really good wave, but I don't think he'll block Cooper.
No.
I think the friendship there will be an unfortunate position for Bronson to be in. You can see Bronson there just waiting. Joel's in first with first priority. No surprises there. That's that CT experience paying off. He's obviously knows how to close out a heat.
Really interesting. I thought Bronson was going to try sell Coops on one, but as we see, he's making his way in. He thinks he's done enough with just over 10 seconds to go, Stace.
He might be right. It doesn't look like there's much coming in there. It's a good fight there from Coops. He would have known he was the underdog in this heat. There's a couple of lads that a few kegs his lighter, and he did really well to stay competitive. He'll be frustrated at that loss. He was right in that one. He had the wave from earlier that had the 2 turns in. He just didn't quite time it like he wanted to. We'll catch you up on the full breakdown of that heat as we're going to go to a short break here at the Gold Coast Open. Not go anywhere. Joel Vaughan and Bronson Matey progressing through.
BYD Sea Line 6, where progress comes as standard. Book a test drive today.
Looking through a crystal ball, without you my mind's a maze. So would you just take control? I know you know that I need
Hey, another surf report for you, but it's not looking good. No waves today, really. It's pretty grim.
Now I live alone in my little home. I pay all my own bills. Now I live alone in my little home and I pay all my own bills. And if she don't love me, I bet her sister will.
Okay, boxes are fucked now.
Every Saturday afternoon, the Pav is absolutely popping off. That is right where we have the booth at the moment. And it's it might be easy to get sucked into after work, but we've got a couple more heats to roll through. The round of 32, heat number 5 in the water right now. Harry O'Brien out there in the green, Ryaru Ito in the blue, Taj Stokes in the red, and Tommy Whitpain, the local boy, is out there in the white. Massive heat, a lot of Challenger Series experience, especially with the likes of Ryaru Ito, who had one of the gnarliest wipeouts at Pipeline, but we'll get into that. My name is Jessie Starling. Lil, welcome into the booth.
Awesome. Thank you, Jessie. Stoked to be back in here. You know, it's been a while, maybe since Port Stevens 2024.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ages.
Yeah,
But,
welcome back. I
what a
love
bit
the
of-
haircut.
Thank you.
Got a little bob going. It's so cute.
Little bob moment. Here we go. Taj Stokes racing down the line. Yeah, got Taj. Super good style. And, you know, that's another surfer I haven't heard coming up in a long time as well.
Yeah, a lot of support as well. You can hear the cheers just absolutely flying through for Taj there. He's going to lock in a pretty nice score. He's already got a 6-point ride to his name here. Ryaru, 5 and a 3.25. Now, I don't know if you've seen Ryaru's wipeout at Pipeline, but it was honestly the gnarliest thing I've ever seen. I thought I was watching Cody go over the falls on Surf's Up. That is literally what it was like.
Can it be worse than Cade Matson's, though?
Yeah.
100%.
It's gnarly.
No
It's so
way.
gnarly. You've got to go and watch it. It is honestly insane. Ryaru getting a really nice start here, though, Lil.
Yeah, nice couple of banging turns there. You know, during this event, I've actually found a lot of surfers that I'm like, oh, they're actually my new favourite goofy footer, you know, like super strong backhand surfing. And especially it's good out here, you know, right-hand point break. You know, just going to town on those right-handers.
Yeah, who else kind of sticks out to you as some of the best goofy footers that you've kind of seen this week? Men or women?
Well, Sammy Lowe, I was
I
pretty
know.
gutted. He'd like, you know,
I
just
know.
one more wave. And Reef Hazelwood as well. You know, that was another one. Like, there's so many massive names in this contest, you know, and it's so sick that it's a QS 4000 now. And you got other really, like, I was looking at the rankings yesterday, and you got, like, Isla Huppert, Ziggy McKenzie, like, they're all, like, 16 to 18-year-olds that are making, well, in the qualification, you know, cut-off for the Challenger. So it's, that's pretty exciting, too.
Yeah,
And,
definitely. Second last event of the season as well. Obviously, everyone going down to Phillip Island in a week or so, and it seems to be, you know, you can feel the tension. It's starting to rise. Everyone knows how important it is to get a big result here. Someone like Kobe Clements is currently sitting in 8th place. You know, he's kind of that last spot that's going to get taken into that Challenger Series. Potentially maybe the nerves getting the better of some people. We've seen a lot of those top guys go down in the early rounds, even guys like Morgan Sivlik, a couple of those Rio Wider, CT surfers. It's been an absolute showdown this week. Taj Stokes having a look here. Nice connection with the first one. Better looking second with a third, but doesn't get the finish there. Starts to get, from what I've seen, a little bit deep on down the end there. Starts to hit a bit of a hole.
Yeah, so it was funny because there was a couple of heats before where Dom was sitting right at the top of the point, got maybe like 8 waves. Here we got the replay here, Taj Stokes. So I actually really like his stance and progression on this wave as well. You know, clocking up for that first turn, really strong second turn too, just unable to finish the last one. So he's currently in the lead now. I don't think that'll top his 5.35, but again, I'm not a judge.
Yeah.
No, maybe in another life.
Yeah. Hey, you can still do it. You're so young. Tell me, obviously we haven't been on the booth together for quite a while. What have you been up to in your time off?
Well, I just finished my last year in the UK, so I was
Oh my gosh.
surfing and working over there, and I'm actually about to go to America tomorrow.
Are you? Tomorrow?
So
Are you
after the
joining us
event,
for finals day?
Yeah. So after the event, just like packing up the car, driving down to Sydney.
Stop it.
Yeah, busy girl. You know, just.
Wow. What are you doing in America?
So I'm actually going to be lifeguarding over there, but I'm hoping to to maybe wiggle my way into some commentary and webcast work out there.
Yeah, cool.
If anyone from WSL North America is watching, So I got a US passport, so I'm pretty, lucky in that aspect that I can go over and do that. So I thought I should
awesome.
give it a shot.
Yeah, it's a really cool part of the world. Obviously, a lot of Americans coming out here over the last couple of weeks for the Usher Cup. We're starting to see everyone really start to flock out to Australia with Newcastle, the next Challenger Series coming up, which is going to be the last one. We're going to decide. There's a lot going on in surfing at the moment. Not only are we going to see who is going to make the Challenger Series for next year in the Australia and Asia region in the next coming weeks, but we're also going to see who is going to be going to that championship tour. Every single one of these guys wants to be on there. If we look at this season on a QS level, Tommy Whitpain has come out of nowhere in the last couple of events. Shargao, 3rd place over there. He was so exceptional, and his backhand is just lethal. And you've got to think a bit of an advantage being that this is his hometown.
And you know what? I couldn't agree more. That is another, goofy foot on that I absolutely forgot about, and I realise it now. I'm like, oh. But circling back to the conversation before, so you said Kobe Clements was an 8th. So who is below him that might just jeopardise?
Yeah, we'll have a look at that right now, because I believe Stacey's down on the glass with Joel Vaughan.
Yeah, thanks, Jess. Joel, first sort of press engagement since August last year, mate. Welcome back.
Yeah, thank you. Stoked to be back.
Just like riding a bike.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just stoked to be surfing some heats again and chuck the Rashi back on, and getting in front of the glass is always pretty fun.
Yeah, it's always good getting on the glass. Look, you had some success at Stab High. We spoke about that when you were in your heat. That event's obviously got a different feel to it. What's it like having all that time off and hearing your name, hearing Tapper sort of say, Joel, you need a score, and hearing you've got priority and all that? How's the feeling?
Yeah, it's always feel like that pressure coming into the heat, and feel like, I don't know, it just makes you want to win, and no matter what. So I'm just stoked to get the Rashi back on, and feel that hear the name get read out a few times, and stoked to get through that one.
You don't give a shit that you're bearing some dreams here this week, mate. You're going for gold.
Yeah, going for gold for sure. I'm not here to lose. I want to win. So, yeah.
It's not in the vocabulary, is it? Hey, look, what'd you do in the off-season? Can you hit a golf ball yet?
I still can't hit a golf ball. But yeah, I just had a bit of time off, switched off, and went on a couple holidays, and went surfing and did a bit of prep, pre-bells and working on boards and a bit of technique stuff. So it's been really fun.
What were you riding out there?
I was riding a MF Lightning. I was on an epoxy yesterday, and it was actually when the comp got caught on hold, I was like, I'll try the Lightning out, and it was like flying through the little dead sections, so I thought I'll get rid of the epoxy, jump back on the PU, and felt good.
Yeah, you were throwing some water around. What about, I know you're a bit of a fin lord. How'd you go in the off-season with your fins, and then what did you ride out there, and what do you think works best when the waves are small? Do you mix it up, or you just say the same fin all year?
I tried to mix it up in the off-season, but I ended up back at the same, at the MF template, just the normal PC, and then when it gets a bit bigger, I chuck the glass ones in, and it seems to go good.
Well, you're strong like Mick.
Oh, I'll try.
Well, mate, I'll let you sing out to anyone back at home, but I think it might just be Dad and the brothers, so yeah, I'm sure you'll do that. Everyone else is up here supporting you, mate, so yeah, well done.
Yeah, thanks. Cheers everyone for watching, and ready for tomorrow.
Let's golf. Thanks, Jess.
Thanks, Stace. Thanks, Joe. Pretty cool to see, obviously, a lot of these CT guys starting to get experience just before the season starts. Rio, I was chatting to him this morning. We're actually having a bit of a giggle because he put on his story, he didn't have the best start. He got like 2 1s in his heat, and he was like 6th start to the 2026 season. We were having a bit of a giggle this morning. I was like, it's all good, mate. Go down to Bells.
I'll tell you what, though, I was talking to, here we go, Ryaru Aito going hammer for Tong in that first turn there, super critical. So, but yeah, I was talking to old mate there before that Rio is actually staying with, and he said he kind of like got that inner fire, he needed like 2 2s, so he was like, excited to just get my inner mongrel on and, give it a red hot crack for the tour this year, which is sick.
Yeah, he's so funny. He's such a great competitor. I believe he's going to go down to Bells the next couple of days. Looks like there's a swell going down there. So pretty cool to see how much effort these guys are putting in before the CT starts. It's obviously been a while, but we still have plenty of action in the surfing world. Just like this, 9 minutes to go in heat number 5 here. Taj, 6.535, Riaru with a 6.25 and a 5. You were asking me before about, who are those guys that can really challenge breaking into that top 7, and then obviously for the Australian region, it's top 7 plus a wild card. Right now, Taj Stokes sitting in 7th, so he is the end of the cutoff right now. But you scroll down just a little bit, Tommy Whitpain's sitting in 18th, but he's got that big result of a 3rd over in Shargal. Round of 32, you'd take that. He obviously wants to get to the quarterfinals to start to really bank some points here and really challenge for that top 7. But for someone like Tommy, it's probably more pressure for him less pressure for him because he's got more room to move, where Taj needs to defend right now and defend that 7th spot.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, and there we go. Heat replay for Harry O'Brien. So, you know what? Another really strong rail game. You know who I really think he surfs like? Jacko Baker.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he?
Super similar.
Yeah, he does. He's such a funny young guy, obviously down from that Lennox Head region. His dad, Tony, an absolute legend. His older brother, Jack, absolutely rips as well. This is us on screen here this afternoon at Burleigh. You can see the conditions behind us. They're a little bit small, but they actually look really fun. Like, I would go for a surf out there this afternoon.
I think it's surfable now.
Yeah,
for sure, 100%.
Absolutely.
And as we can see in the scores as well, they're throwing 6s out there, 6.25s. Dom Thomas with over a 12 total had to be. You got like a 6.75 or something like that, and that kid's air game is crazy. That was another person that just kind of came out of nowhere.
What are your thoughts on, using your strengths to your advantage, especially when it's small? For someone, for example, like Dom, he was never going to outpower the guys in his heat, so he went to his air game and had that over everyone. And I feel like, what are your thoughts on that? Just kind of playing to your strengths, especially when it's small.
Yeah, well, I always used to go for try different things and stuff maybe at the end of my heat and stuff like that, because I knew when I get excited and do it at the start, it get close and then you get knocked out. But this is small waves is not my forte, so I'm more than impressed with all the surfers over the weekend that have, sucked it up and then just, had a job to do, got it done, it's really impressive. And, that's what professional surfing is all about, As you can get sent to Tahiti and it's 2 foot onshore, you're expected to, surf those conditions and surf it to your best.
Even when we went to J-Bay last year, there was an afternoon where it was windy 2 foot J-Bay. It was howling wind 2 foot J-Bay too, and it was dead low tide on the rocks. It really does carry through, and it's that one variable in our sport that we can't control. We have no control over the ocean and what it brings, but that's what makes the best surfers, is being so adaptable. And for someone like Riaru, who's just gone from surfing 10 to 12 foot pipeline to come to Burleigh and make it work and lock in some scores like that, it's really showcasing that he's got that talent to go really deep in a lot of different draws. And I think he's kind of set himself, he's set a bit of an authority stamp, Riaru, in the last couple of weeks.
I think so too, and as you said before, surfing 10 foot pipe, it's 10 to 12 inches, now coming back here, but, you got to do what you got to do. And I was going to say, congratulations as well, going to pipe, going to J-Bay, it's so sick, and especially to have another female, role model as well to look up to and see that it's possible,
Yeah, absolutely.
Insane.
No, it's fun. It's really cool to go to those parts of the world and just experience it. And I found that Hawaii's got so much culture. It's so cool just kind of get amongst it. Obviously, you go over there a little bit as well, and it just really felt like I could tap into the culture over there. It was really awesome. And then it's nice to come home and be home. There really is no place like home. I know it's biased saying that as an Australian, but I love coming back here, and specifically the Gold Coast. I obviously live in the Northern Rivers, but coming home and having really fun waves and all your friends from around the world here. It's a great time of year to be in Australia. Riaru going down on that one. Only needs to better by 0.1 here. So looking to get a 5.1. There's 4.5 minutes to go. Bit of pressure on Tommy and Harry right now. Big scores that they need.
Totally. But yeah, I completely agree with that. Coming home is even yesterday, how good of a catch-up place is the pub to go to on a Saturday afternoon.
Yes,
we had Oscar there yesterday. We had Cole Houshman. I was like, Cole should be in the contest.
Yes.
But good call. There was a great clinic on there yesterday. Lots of great dancing and fun going down. There's Green having a look at that one. But Yeah, like such a great atmosphere, and what a more iconic place to have the Burleigh Pavilion.
I don't think there is there is anywhere that's actually better set up for a surf comp than Burleigh.
Definitely.
It has the perfect promenade. It's like the whole promenade is the event, and then the surf just being there as a bonus. And then guess what? You're heading to the Pav afterwards. And I just feel like as far as where you go globally, I can't think of anywhere better than Burleigh.
Exactly. Well, you know what it reminds me of? Like where I live in Yamba, you know, like you got the Pacific Hotel where you're just watching the surf from there. Obviously, watching Main Beach, which isn't the best beach there, but you know, like it's the same deal. You know, you're watching the action from the top deck right now.
Yeah.
How good is that?
Did you get a chance to come here when the CT was here last year?
I didn't. I was away.
So cool.
I was away.
It was a great setup. This year, I believe it's going back to Snapper, so we're going to go see those pros head back to Snapper. And how cool to have, you know, we speak about a lot of these CT surfers trying to get experience in the Rashi before the season starts. Stephanie Gilmore is in the draw.
I was absolutely fangirling yesterday. I felt so bad because Steph was walking up the rocks and I was like, oh, like the Queen getting ready for a heat. She's shaking her head at me. I'm like, I'm sorry, Steph. I had to say it.
You are the Queen.
Yeah, it's probably the first and last time I'll get to commentate you. But, you know, it's, yeah, the absolute GOAT.
Yes.
And she owned that heat yesterday. It was, and on a quad too, I was like, I'm happy someone, went out on that border choice.
Sick. It's obviously been a bit of a challenging week, but as far as conditions go, but surfers really just, especially these guys who are in these later rounds, really showcasing that they have got a good grovel game. And I love the fact that they're leaning on that, and I feel like they're leaning into it and knowing that they can do it in these small stuff. And people who need to do that right now, Harry O'Brien, Tommy Whitpain, they need to lean into it a little bit more here. Big scores required, a 7.15 for Harry, 7.10 for Tommy Whitpain. There's 2 minutes to go. Harry, I love the fact that he's broke away from the rest of the pack here. Has fourth priority. He doesn't need to be holding hands with everyone. So he can tell that he's a smart, competitive surfer, but needs a bit of a stroke of luck right now.
Yeah, and you know what? Like, this is something I would do if I'm not getting anything in the pack. Even this morning we saw it in a couple heats, you know, they were all clustered and they needed to just separate because you got 4 people out there. The swell period is quite slow. You know, you just need to get that one good one and stay busy, you know, not be patient. That would be my advice. But, yeah, what would you do out there? You know, it's
so tricky. You saw in that last heat with Joel and Cooper and everyone, Cooper actually getting a lot of waves down the bottom, and that had a nice drawn out wall on it. And Jarvis and Bronson decided to stay up the point, and it was actually the best scores had further down. But it's so on and off with this period as well. It does start to kind of split along the two banks, kind of heat on, heat off. But I love the fact that Scrap, he's moved away. He's given himself a little bit of space to find something. He's got some room to move here. And a wave. This is exactly what he needed. 45 seconds to go here. Waiting for his opening turn. He's got to go to the air. Needs to be big. Unfortunately, couldn't land the full rotation there. He's got 35 seconds. That's exactly what he had to do. Had to have an exclamation mark on it. But unfortunately, it's really hard with this water going from shallow to deep quite quick. If you catch a rail, you're going to lose all your momentum there.
Totally. You know, we all went swimming while we were on hold today, and here goes Blue up and riding. So 15 seconds. It's a bit of a smaller wave, that one. I don't think that'll go into his top 2, but even so, another great name knocked out Jarvis Earl and Cooper Davies. I didn't even see that. You know,
big upsets
all
through the event. Unfortunately, we're going to lose Harry O'Brien and Tommy Whitpain out of the draw here. Taj Stokes, Riara Ito, really classy performances, winning it from the opening minutes in that heat. We're going to go to a quick ad break and welcome back in yet another solid heat. It's the heat number 6 of rounding 32. We'll be right back.
G'day, another surf report for you, but it's not looking good. No waves today, really. It's pretty grim.
Now I live alone in my little home. I pay all my own bills. Now I live alone in my little home, and I pay all my own bills. And if she don't love me, I bet her sister will.
Hey, boxes are f***ing me up.
switch. Hit, hide, go, flip the switch.
Burleigh Heads is packed this afternoon. We've got the Gold Coast Open happening right now. The pub is absolutely flaring. There's great music, great vibes, great surfing as well. The round of 32, heat number 6, just adding to that right now. Ocean Lancaster out there in the red, Ollie Reisenbeek in the blue, Dane Henry in the white, and Benny Zanata-Cray in the green. Really solid looking heat. Bit of a young gun heat, this one. Not a lot of those older kind of CT guys in this heat.
I definitely think so as well. I was going to say it's definitely like a pro junior heat, this one, you know, but there's a lot of great names like Ollie Reisenbeek's like come out of the woodworks, you know, and surfing like really well as well. Ocean Lancaster, another one. Ben Zanata-Cray just come back from Hawaii, and obviously Dane Henry, Rip Curl, Bells Beach, newest wild card.
Yeah.
So
and the best junior in the world.
Yeah.
He's our world junior champion. Just won over in the Philippines a couple weeks ago. I was lucky enough to be there, and just to see how locked in he was. He has just become this absolute purebred athlete. He is so locked in, and then to go and get that wild card, I mean, so deserving for Dane.
Yeah, totally. He's like a young Mick Fanning.
He is, yeah.
I reckon.
Mick's a great role model to have, and I love the fact that Dane's tapping into that. Benny Zanata-Cray checks this first section, solid second hit, but can't hold on for the finish there. So this is crucial. You've got to be kind of capitalizing on those sections that come towards you, because they're not very frequent in the waves that we have today.
Absolutely, you know, and in that sense, probably like, I think they're doing the right thing by catching the waves straight away as well. You know, I think staying patient is like so crucial. Like Callum Robson, like we said earlier, you know, just like sat with priority for like the whole heat, and you know, like that wave, you know, it goes in waves. That wave could and could not come through. You know, there's been plenty of heats where it's been like a bit lully, but what can you do?
Yeah,
what can you do?
Now, Lil, as far as juniors go, Ocean Lancaster has been an absolute standout for me. I love the way he surfs. I love his attitude towards competitive surfing. He's taken down some big names in this event so far, in the likes of Morgan Sibley.
Yeah, right. Wow. Yeah, his boards are looking really polished under his feet as well. Dane Henry.
Yeah, looking good. Straight off a World Junior win. Snaps in the pocket. He's got a bit more speed to work with. Just so classy. There was literally no lip to hit there, and somehow he did a turn out the back. This is Ocean. Exactly who we were just talking about, Lil. You were saying his boards looking amazing. Feel like it's probably a carbon board under his feet.
I think it has to be an ECT, like a Eco Carbon Tech via Channel Islands, from what it looks like. But because they're pretty good for small waves as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Even Alistair, the other heat, you know, taking out an epoxy too.
Take two of these replays here, look.
Yeah, here's Dane racing down the line here. Like, I was watching it, couldn't even tell. I was like, this is literally Mick Fanning right now. But, you know, here he goes. That last turn, super strong, but obviously there's a little fizzle section at the end there, as we see the bird's eye view of the Fizz and Traveller bar absolutely going off. Here's red Ben Zanata-Cray up. Oh no, not Ben Zanata-Cray, sorry.
That's fine.
Ocean Lancaster up and riding as well. So pretty strong, two strong combos there. I think Danes will probably score higher, in my opinion. But we'll see what that comes through as. And another sick heat coming up next too. Wow.
Yeah, big solid names in that next one. Caleb Tancred, Sol Grendeling, Zayna Sink, Arch Whiteman. So interesting to see a lot of different surfers with a lot of different tactics trying to come into it and get into the quarterfinals. We are running 4 men all the way through. Taj Stokes just solidified himself into the quarters. Stace, you've got him on the glass.
Yeah, thanks, Jess. Taj, you just mentioned that all the CT dudes are freaking out with their boards, but not you QE battlers. You've got your epoxies dialed.
Yeah, that's it, Stace. I've had this board for a few months now, and it's a new model from DHD. It's amazing. These MF Lightnings, they're that good. So I've just been riding my epoxy the last few days. Been working a treat, so keep at it. Yeah.
You've had a good year, mate. You've had to start on a couple of Challenger events. What's the big difference between the regional series and the Challengers?
Honestly, not much difference with this one. All the CT guys in it. It's awesome. It elevates our game and makes us perform a bit better. But yeah, that Challenger Series is just a whole nother level. Every heat is like a final. So you really got to be on your game there. And yeah, I just want to get back there. So yeah.
What's it feel like to be competing this close to home and have all the support down here? You got a big crew from the sunny coast. Look at them. You bring them all down on a Greyhound bus.
Yeah, no, it's good. I've been coming down the last few weekends just trying to get my reps up at Burleigh, but turns out I didn't really need to do that anyway. It's half a foot. It's more like what we get at home, so it's good. I'm pretty comfortable out there. Like, as much as I'd like swell, I'm comfortable in these small waves, and yeah, it's great having the whole crew down here supporting.
Yeah, good on you, mate. Well done. And I'll let you rest up for a big finals day tomorrow. And Stokesy, I know you're tuning in back at home, mate. I'll get those jumpers to you, mate. Sorry about that. You've been thinking of you. Thanks, Jess.
Thanks, Stace. Get those jumpers to Stokesy ASAP. ASAP. Pretty funny, Taj. You know, what you see is what you get. And that's what I love about the Stokes family. They call a spade a spade. And Taj, so close to qualifying for the Challenger Series the last couple of years. And I love the fact that he's still here, just pushing as hard as possible to get there. You can just even see, I mean, you've been here all week. These guys want to be there so bad. Ocean, he's a junior, but he wants to be there as well because I feel like he has the talent to really take it on that Challenger Series.
Oh, definitely. Like a lot of the surfers do. And I was going to say too, a lot of the Sunny Coast surfers doing extremely well in this event. You know, it's unfortunately we lost Benny Lorenzen in the first round, but we've got G Lorenzen coming up tomorrow. You know, so we've got still a bunch of good Sunny Coast surfers in there. I feel like Charlie would have been in this one too. However, unfortunately did her ankle.
I know, it sucks for Charlie there, unfortunately, but she'll be back better than ever. We know it. Ollie looking to get started here. 2 nice turns to start it off, comes through. This is a smaller looking wave, looking really fast, really lively on his feet. Wow, speed for Dane Henry out the back. Doesn't look like he connected with a finishing turn there, but you can just see, even between those 2 waves of Ollie and Dane, there was an element of speed that was different. And Dane's, it felt like it caught your eye a little bit more. Ollie not taking away, that wave was really well surfed, especially considering how small it was. But just that racing pastness that Dane gives, it's why he's the new wildcard into Bells Beach.
Yeah, definitely. It'll be good to see him on those nice punchy right-handers as well, and see what he throws for us. So can't wait to watch that one.
And tell me, what have you made of the week so far? Obviously, it's an international QS. It's a co-sanctioned one. There's a lot of Asia and a lot of the APAC region competing here. What have you kind of made of the energy of these QSs?
Yeah, it's fun. Look, it's gone so quick. Like, I can't believe it's finals day tomorrow. So it's that's kind of crazy. And you know, everyone, most of the competitors seem pretty like, you know, like, oh, it is what it is. You know, it's pretty small and like, you know, but you got to do what you got to do. And yeah, I think everyone's just surfing it for what it is. And you know, it's unfortunate, but yeah, the vibes have been good. You know, we've got all these great food trucks and stuff down here as well, and bands playing tonight. Like, it was so beautiful yesterday afternoon. So you see Blue there taking that one to the air, and yeah, it's just that little bump bit there because we've seen that air a couple of times to be thrown. It's almost like there's a little hole just at the end of the point there.
Yeah, it's really tricky. It was funny, I was talking to Jacob Wilcox about it during Joel's heat, and because it goes from so shallow to so deep, you need to keep that momentum because you're technically landing in the flats and then all of a sudden you're in deep water. So if you catch a rail even just ever so slightly coming out of those air reverses, which is kind of what everyone is going for here, it makes it really tricky to have the ride out, and maybe you'll hold on, but then you've lost your momentum when the water does hit that deep part. So it's really interesting to see how these surfers, similar to Ollie, can kind of pivot and land that. But I love that he's going for the airs in these heats. I feel like we didn't see him do that at least 12 months ago. You can see he's been putting in a lot of time in the off season.
Yeah, of course. So we got 1.5 to go. I think Green's still yet to get a backup, so it doesn't, like, mid-range score, it's definitely doable out there. But yeah.
Benny Zanata been pretty quiet so far, 2-5. It was interesting during Jacko's heat, Tapper and I were completely riding Jacko Baker off. He had 7 minutes to go, hadn't caught a wave. We're like, oh, it's a shame losing Jacko Baker out of the draw. Got a 5 and an 8 in about 3 minutes. So I feel like for Benny, he's maybe taking on that strategy of, okay, I'm going to sit and wait for one with a little bit extra wall, and that's kind of been a real point of difference for the judges to see someone have a bit more power behind them.
Yeah, for sure. And you know what? I always have been like a bit curious because obviously that, as I was saying before, it's such a young group of people that are looking to make the Challenger for next year. You know, I wonder what it's like, you know, what like Morgan's thinking and what Reef's thinking, you know, when it comes to versing, you know, these like 18-year-olds. Yeah. It's, because I definitely remember coming up against, you know, people like Lucy Dara and like Osh Curtis and stuff, and you're always like a bit on edge. You're like,
Yeah,
oh,
definitely.
like, I don't really know what to expect. And it's, especially since it's smart there, I feel like a lot of tactics come into play as well.
Definitely. It's really interesting to see how those guys who've been doing it for a long time are adapting, staying kind of constantly getting better, I feel like. And you can see even guys like Morgan just putting in a lot of time in the gym as well, trying to get stronger. He looked exceptional over at Pipeline, coming away with a second place finish there. Cal taking out the win. And that was a big moment for Aussies, and I think a big moment for a lot of these guys to look over and watch and think like, wow, what an achievement. Cal is a pipe champion, and that is one of the biggest accolades as a surfer that you can have to your name. For guys like this, they would have been tuned into that comp, watching that and thinking, I want to go do that in Burleigh, and now they get the chance to do it. And Ocean, who's the youngest in this heat, holding it down right now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. So he's in the lead with a 5.25 and a 4.0 at the moment. I think, yeah, so his score must have been higher than Dane's score.
Yeah,
exactly why I'm not a judge.
Locking in. So coming in, it's that 5.25. That was on his first wave, a 4-point ride for his backup. Dane is just continuously trying to chip away and get better. Now, looking at better, a 2.85 here. Goes for the second. Uncharacteristically, can't hold on that end turn. Maybe a bit of frustration building here for Dane right now.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think after that I need to pick up the books and, you know, lock in, get better at my judging skills.
Well, it's all subjective. It really is. You can think one way or another, and that's why those guys are kind of paid to do what they do. Benny Zanata starting to get the ball rolling here, though, Lil.
Yeah, so he needs a mid-range score to, you know, he's getting a score on the board, which matters. So you'll probably only need to chip away at something a bit smaller than a 4.85 now. But still plenty of time left in my eyes, really, like 6 minutes. Yeah, he's red. Ocean Lancaster racing down the line. He's got such a smooth text. You grabbed the rail on the end there. Like, that was insane.
He just landed a little bit higher on the face, so he got to kind of take that risk of maybe burying a little bit of rail out of the equation because he wasn't in the flats there. So Ocean giving us air reverse, giving us snaps. He's got so much variety, so young. It's so impressive to see these junior surfers really trying to push and take it to these older guys, just like you were talking about. And we get to see that on so many different stages now. The likes of Tia Zabrowski going to the championship tour. She is going to be so incredible to watch. We've got a couple of replays here, though, Lil. Take me through them.
Yeah, here goes. So that's green and red up and riding there. So Ocean Lancaster and Ben Zanetta. Here's Ocean's last wave. I'm actually trying to get my head around it right now because Jacko Baker's 8 was really good, but this is also insane for the conditions as well. So I actually think that's going to be up in the excellent range.
Absolutely.
That was tail high, super critical. You know, even that turn too, you know, milks it all the way on the rocks pretty much.
I think as well, interesting for someone like Ocean, and I think it's a really smart move. Before his heat, he was sitting with all of those Challenger Series guys, sitting with Jacko, he was sitting with Jacob, Morgs was there, you know, in his Caltex. He's listening to the game plans, he's listening to what went right, what went wrong, and tapping into knowledge like that, it's priceless. It really is, and I think, yeah, he's allowing himself to get some valuable knowledge here. Dane, though, looking for the lead, goes for the air reverse, gets it himself in a really short, sharp, critical section there too. Got nice projection out. So Dane looking for a 4.76. Ocean wants to defend here. So you can see he's not giving away this lead. Super tail high, lands too far up on the nose there, so he couldn't get the ride out. Now out the back, Benny. This is a great looking wall ahead of him. Second turn is really beautiful. Stays nice and tight in the pocket for the third and the fourth. This has got to be his best so far.
Yeah, definitely. He didn't ride out of that last turn though, so it'll be interesting to see what that one comes through as. But the judges have a lot of work to do right now. There's a lot of scores to come through from all the surfers. So 3 minutes 45 to go. We'll see if they all come in. But yeah, I'm actually thinking red is going to go into that excellent range. White's going to fall maybe just short, maybe like a 7. And green's was good too, but I think that last turn needed to be ridden out.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the fact that Benny Zanata's still trying to fight back here in what has been a really fast-paced heat, and it felt like for a moment there, Ocean and Dane starting to run away with it, but Benny's put himself in a position where he can come back here. 3 minutes is a lot of time when you have a short period swell like this.
Exactly. Well, he only needed a 4.1 at the time, so I think last to blue came in, so at a 6.25, so that put Ollie into the lead. Still waiting on another score from blue and another score from red and another score from white and another score from green.
This is getting interesting. Everyone with a score to lock in. 6.25 there. So I didn't give that way for Ollie enough credit. I was watching it from the side. He got 3 nice turns in. It felt like Ollie really asserted himself. He's getting back into this heat. Needs to bet on a 3.5 to really stay relevant, stay in the lead here. Dane.
Ooh, Dane in the right spot there.
Ooh, that could potentially be a priority. Maybe not. I'm not sure if...
I think
no,
so.
It was Benny, so it was all good. So I thought it might have been Ollie on his inside, but it was Ben Zanata-Cray with third priority. All good, clean slate. This is interesting, though. We've got a bit of a stressful moment here. The World Junior Champ, he's got scores to lock in, but at this point, he wouldn't know what they are. This is stressful. If you're an athlete and if you're in this heat right now, Lil, what are you thinking?
Well, I felt this in the heat before, as we just had last, of Dane Henry drop an 8.5. So which makes me think, what's red going to come through as? Because I still think that was pretty excellent. But yeah, I felt bad in the heat before, as we see green, Ben Zanetta riding out of that one there. So everyone's got scores to lock in. There's only such little time, but you just want to get the scores out there to them and, you know, be like, you need this, you know, so it's, but there's only so much you can do, you know, like.
Beach commentary is hard. The scores is out of your hands.
Oh, definitely. And, you know, that all those guys do such a good job down there. You know, it's a lot of work to have to watch all the waves through, and especially when everyone's up at the same time as well.
So Ocean Lancaster, his waves locks in. The judges didn't like it as much, so 6.5 for that one. He's in second. Ollie, now only chasing a 5.51, has priority. 60 seconds to go. We still have scores to lock in for green and blue. Are you thinking Ocean is safe at this point with scores to drop for both of those guys?
Well, Ben Zanetta's was... I did see the 2 turns, but he fell off the last turn. However, whether they'll consider the air as a ride out or not, and, you know, well, I think red's gone to second now, but obviously still waiting for a score from blue and green with 30 seconds.
Yeah, so Benny Zanata, 6.6. He needs a 5.1 launch stance back to the beach, so I think Ocean might have liked that one himself. Feels like he might have just asserted himself in second place here. He needs a 6.51 for the lead. 10 seconds to go. What a heat between these 4 surfers. Really great looking future for Australian surfing.
Absolutely. And you know, with Ocean Lancaster before saying he was hanging out with all the Challenger crew, he's blue. But, you know, almost like a little Lane Beachley. Beachley used to do the exact same thing.
Yeah, really cool to see him kind of tapping into the knowledge of the guys. Yeah, really cool to see him kind of tapping into the knowledge of the guys who are right where he wants to be right now. There are so many scores to be locked in. Dane, his scores are in. He's got an 8.5. He's going to back it up with that 4.5. Starting to drop for Ollie Reisenbeek. It looks like a small score. It's a small score for Benny Zanata. We, I believe, are going to go to an ad break, though, and come back with the scores for this heat. Don't go anywhere. We've got the results and a big look in heat number 7 coming right up.
Looking for love that I can't find. 'Cause I've been running It's time for the good times. Forget about the bad times, yeah. One day to come together to release the pressure.
So I said to him, tell him he's dreaming.
Babe, let's go. You said one more an hour ago.
Yeah, but this is different.
How?
Karen, relax. We made this for you. It's sweeter on the lips and lighter on the rig. And Kaz, it's bloody vodka.
Now move that and show me you want some more.
All right, welcome back. That was the end of heat number 6. And we see the results on the screen there. There it is, Caleb Tancred. No, this is the heat coming up, sorry. This is heat number 7.
Yeah, so Caleb Tancred in the red, Sol Grenling in the blue, Zane Assink in the white, and Arch Whiteman in the green. So heat number 7, we've got one more heat left after this. Lily Young here, Chris Enever, welcome to the mic.
Oh, thanks, Lil. It's been a challenging day, but right now the waves are starting to push on through. You can hear we're up in the pav, you can hear the music in the background, everyone's just enjoying themselves down here at Burleigh Heads. Sunny Saturday afternoon, and well, we've only got a couple of heats left now to round out the day, and then we're going to be hitting the hill. There's going to be live bands playing and plenty of action, so if you are around, get down to the lovely Burleigh Heads, iconic surf spot, and you can watch these last couple of heats and join in all the fun and the action, and maybe come up to the pav for one or two later.
I was going to say, you know what, no doubt everyone's heading up to the pav afterwards. Everyone put on an absolute clinic for Good Call last night. Cam did incredible DJing. But last heat results, Ocean Lancaster taking out that last one, Dane Henry in second, Ben Zanetta in third, and Oliver Risenbeek in fourth. So what an absolute show we had put on there. That was pretty much pro junior heat, really. Ocean
insane.
Lancaster, the youngest in that heat, taking that one out.
It's been wild seeing the matchups today on paper, and just, for a 4,000 rated QS event here in the Goldie, and we're still in the round of 32, like that last heat, it's just wild how some of the best juniors in not just Australia, in the world match up. Dane Henry, reigning world junior champion, Ocean Lancaster getting the jump there, and Ben Zanetta, he's been a force to be reckoned with for quite a while now, coming out of DY. And Ollie Risenbeek as well is definitely no pushover. But looking at that last heat as well, the one prior to that, I think it was a couple before it, one with Joel Vaughan, that heat was just insane. It was one of the craziest heats you'll see in a round of 32 in a QS. It could have been, a final in the Challenger Series.
Oh, 100%. There's definitely a bit of dinner.
I'm actually in here with Tapper after this, so yeah, we'll be rounding out the day, heat number 8, with none other than the salty sea dog himself, Terry Tapatis. He's been on the beach comms all day, and well, there it is, Zane Assink. He's locked in a 6-point ride, so straight out the gates there for Zano. And while we see this amazing pan shot, we are going to zoom on down to none other than Stace Galbraith with last heat's winner. That looks like Ocean Lancaster. Take it away, Stace.
Thank you, Chris. Ocean, great heat, mate. What a battle that was between you and Dane there at the end.
Yeah, that was nuts. I was kind of like looking at a few heats before, and it was just like some up the top, some down the bottom, some in the middle. So I was like, I'll just go out there and try use the whole space, and then kind of stayed at the top for a while and heard some of the boys getting scores down there, and Dane got a hell one, and then I was like, he might have found the spot here. So I was like hanging around him kind of thing, and then ended up getting that last one, which was a nug down towards the end of the heat. So yeah, pretty coffin.
Isn't it funny how we've been grinding out 5s and 6s all days, and then all of a sudden there's a couple of 8s in one heat? Have you got any theories as to why that is?
Look, I don't even know, but I feel like sometimes you have that many heats where you're getting through with 3s and 4s, and then it's just that one heat where you really appreciate just that one good wave that comes to you, and if you belt it and you finish it off, it's just like, yeah, thanks heaps. Yeah, it was good.
No, you're looking really good out there, mate. Obviously, the whippersnapper of the group, so I'm sure those boys will be furious they let one go there, but congratulations to you. I'm sure you got plenty of support back at home. Did you want to say g'day?
Yeah, had heaps of great messages from all the crew back at home watching. A few crew overseas who were messaging me too, so that's been good. So thanks to all you guys, and hopefully keep the ball rolling. Board's feeling real good at the moment. Conditions are like kind of tricky. I mean, that last heat was cooking, but it's feeling good. So hopefully keep the ball rolling and see how we go.
Thanks, mate. Well done. You heard it here first, Chris. It's cooking.
that was a great heat. And it's always good to get one up on Dane Henry because he has been on fire lately. He's literally can't put a foot wrong. And Ocean Lancaster, teammate there for the Rip Curl team. And this old Broodling whipping that one around. So the youngster out of Manly, New South Wales.
Yeah,
sure.
I think so.
Yeah, North Stain Board
Definitely
Riders.
from Sydney.
Yeah,
so,
North Stain. It's my neck of the woods down there. So he's a young up-and-coming ripper.
He definitely had his froth on after that one, and I'm sure that's going to put a bit of fire in the belly for Dane Henry as well in the upcoming round tomorrow. However, so White starting off with a 6.0 and Blue kicking off with a 1.0, but again, super strong heat, really anyone's game. And up next to another great heat too, you got Lobby in the green, you know, Shohei Kato in the white, Rinta Oto in the blue, and Winter Vincent in the red.
Wow, that's a crazy matchup. Some CT experience there, and Winter, one of our big hopes on the Changers right now, right up there within qualification for the World Tour. So it's going to be very exciting to watch him at Newcastle. It's crazy how this year for the Challengers is just the way it's evolved, how much of a strong showing the Australians have had. And, you know, when we look at, like, there's been 6 out of the top 11 we have, I'm pretty sure. And it might even be 8 out of the top 15, somewhere around those numbers. But it's just insane to see how many chances we have of some incredible guys getting not just back onto the World Tour, but also debuting in the World Tour as well. So fingers crossed we can see all the Aussies get up at Newcastle and get some World Tour berths this year, because I feel like it's really coming back to the Dream Tour this year, Lil.
Yeah, definitely, 100%. But, you know, it'll be like that sick to see, you know, Oscar Berry's in quite a good running to be making the tour. So fingers crossed for him at Newcastle. One of the, you know, he actually grew up in Ngari, actually. So the alley's like his home now, but we'll always welcome him back home in the 2464. Is Caleb Trancred.
Yes, Caleb, he's a very interesting one, Caleb, because he's just come back with an absolute bang this year and had a bit of time off, stepped away from competitive surfing for quite a while, and I feel like it's been the reset he needed because he's looking so strong. He's got some good support behind him, and had a win earlier this year in the 6,000.
You see Green Arch Whiteman up there, so he's from Avalon, Avcats.
Yeah, NASA boy.
Yeah.
Just around the bend, so another one of the lads I spent a bit of time with as well.
Probably a bunch of the NASA boys have been watching at home. So 11 and a half to go, and I guess we're waiting for scores to lock in. But I think Reds will be quite a hot contender against White. So two terms compared to the 3 that White did, but super strongly surfed. Here's the replay of Green. Floats that vert section, hits it nice and vertical. It's almost like he's surfing South Ave.
Yeah, he's surfing just off the rocks there.
Yeah. So as we get that replay up again.
Stylish, goofy footer. Love the goof. Up the goofs. There's he's always putting a strong showing in, Mr. Whiteman. And we'll wait for that score to lock on through. Caleb Tancred, his first ride, it locked in at a 5.25. So a 5.25 from the man from Avoca down there on the Sydney coast.
So 10 and a half. You know, still not really much between second and fourth at this stage. So last to Green, a 3.75. So that puts Blue, you know, still needing a kind of mid-range score. You see Red up and right in there.
Tancred, so currently sits on third in the Australia Oceania QS rankings with one event to go down to Phillip Island. So he's looking really good for a qualification onto the Changers, the Challenger Series. And you never know. That's where the magic can happen. That's the stepping stone onto the World Tour.
And it's, you know, it's a good chance for growth as well, because you see so many great Australians. Like, I've always been told the talent pool for Australia for surfing is like incredible. We have so many great up-and-coming female and male surfers that come up out of our country, our home, you know, and
yeah, it definitely is. And we spoke about that. This is a little replay there, Red. Like he said, he had one of the biggest wins he's had in his career, that 6,000 over in Japan, and it was in pretty similar conditions. It was in really small, grovelly conditions for most of the event that I did see. And he currently sits out in the lead. He's got a 5.25 and a 3.10, and Zane Asick in white a 6 and a 2.25. So not looking for too much. I think we're running 4 surfer heats all the way through to the final in both the men's and the women's. So I think we're prioritising that rather than going into the man-on-man, just due to time restraints and the challenging conditions we've had. But looking at it now, it actually looks like a point break. It's looking like the Burleigh Heads is starting to slowly show its teeth, which is good. And this east swell that keeps on filtering on through, and even the little north wind's not bad. You'd always think north wind at Burleigh gross, but it's actually kind of been the best thing for it today because it's given these little copings, little sections.
Great air wind too.
Yeah, great air wind. And mate, that heat with Joel Vaughan, Bronson Nady, and there was more reversals than turns in that heat. It was insane.
Yeah.
They were just going upside down on every wave. And it's just wild to see.
And Bronson's air game is absolutely incredible. You know, that was, like you said before, easily could have been a final.
Mate, the guy can do backflips standing up, I reckon. He's insane. He just goes so inverted on every aerial that he does. And it looks like Zane Asick, well, he's gone to first. 6 and a 3.65, so last the white pushes him into first. Second is the Senny Coast lad, Caleb Tancreed, looking for a 4.41 to take the lead. Archie Whiteman, just that single score of a 3.75 and chasing a 4.61, and Sol Grudling, he's just dropped anchor. Can't even
I mean, in his other heats, he was super busy at the start, and, you know, he'd had some pretty good heats with a bunch of the Challenger Series guys too. I think he knocked Reef out, actually. And so he stayed super busy at the start, and, yeah, he's been a bit quiet this heat.
That's kind of his heat in a nutshell right now. We saw that last ride, and look at this one. Caleb down the line. Will he get to the end section? He will. So I love the projection on both those turns. Real nice projection down the line, Lil, and then had that speed and was able to just float up and over that last section. Lots of power, experience.
Totally.
Right there.
Totally. And, you know, I can't, if that swell picks up tomorrow, as we have the replay going here, but Steph, if it's a bit bigger, I can't wait to watch Steph out there tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be. Yesterday was the testing moment, coming down to Burleigh, and it's 1 foot dribbly, and what the goat just does what the goat does, and goes out and gets the highest score of the whole round, a 7.5. And
exactly.
The night before, she was mixing up sinker margaritas over there at Celeste Barber's sunglass store opening, and then she just rolls on down to Burleigh, cool, calm and collected, and finds herself in the quarters tomorrow. So, like you said, it's going to be great to see the queen of snapper, the queen of just surfing in general, coming down to Burleigh. So come on down and support Steph, and as she sharpens the tools before getting back on the tour this year. It's going to be exciting.
Definitely. Yeah, well, it'd be good to see if she can, it'd be great to see her, compete against some of the Challenger crew too. I feel like she's still got this, grit, and she's still got this, fire in her, I don't know how to explain it, but I just feel like she would dominate.
Yeah, at the President's Dinner for the Usher Cup the other week, they had her up on stage, and they were doing a panel with Vorno and the Smellians, and they were asking her questions just about getting back into competing, and it was interesting just to hear her fire that she still has, and, watching other girls compete and feeling like she should be there, she should be a part of it, and how it was getting to her just not being in the water and mixing up. And it's good to see that there is still that mongrel in her just to go out and win. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a really exciting year this year, and Carissa coming back, and the whole tour has just got all the goats back.
Definitely. As I was saying to Jesse earlier, it looks like we might be having a bit of tactic playing here. Looks like green and blue kind of, sitting on each other trying to get that score there, as we saw like White getting that 3-6-5 earlier. That's put Blue in almost really tricky situation, looking for an 8-4-5 to go to second position and progress through to the next round. So White was actually the last one to get a wave too, so he must have had a couple paddles, because White's got first priority again.
Yeah, he does.
And that's 100% a position you don't want to be in out there, because White could easily, you know, just stop you from getting any wave out there.
Yeah, Sol Brewling's going to want to forget this heat ever happened at the moment, the way things are going, because, well, he's been such good form throughout this event, and he's just gone out there and it's just nothing's happened for him. He just cannot put one foot right at the moment. It sits here with third priority, 2 minutes 45 on the clock, chasing an 8-4-5. He's not out of it, but the experience of Caleb and Zane, and this is going to be a very, very tall ask. We saw the second last of Red locked in at a 4.2. If that was those two nice floats down the line as projection floats, so that was Caleb's backup, did solidify his second position.
Yes, he's Sol taking off on another wave that's not going to better his position. I think when you need an 8-4-5, you need to take something that's, got a wall on it. And, unfortunately, that's just not coming to him at the moment, so he'll fall to fourth priority after that, which will put him in a difficult situation, just as well as Green in second priority. So if I was White, I'd be holding priority the rest of the heat.
Yeah, he doesn't need to really catch much.
There he goes, Green, putting it up there. Smaller wave, however, gets it done, just unfortunately comes unstuck on that last turn,
He was on his
Been
way.
up there, it was on its way to a 5.7, but I don't see it becoming a 5.7 in my eyes. However, a minute and a half remaining.
Yeah, a minute and a half. White has got all the aces up his sleeve here, holds the lead and priority. We'll wait for last for Arch to come in, but I dare say it's going to come under with that fall.
You have the replay anyway. Hooks it up there. I'm going to say it's like 11 o'clock, hits it up again. Super vertical and, just loses that on that foam climb there, but I don't think there was enough whitewash behind him to push him to land it anyway. So 1 minute to go, and last of Green, a 3.3, so does go into his top two, but doesn't improve the situation. So looking for a 5.7 to go to second. And Blue's still looking for an 8-4-5. Looks like the boys have seen something here.
Yeah, one thing I noticed looking over my shoulder is they've changed their positioning a whole lot in this heat. They're actually almost surfing the beach break at the very, very end of the point. So, well, here's Sol. He's further up the point. So,
there he goes.
Nice whip in the pocket. There's what we've been seeing more of throughout this event, but that's just the one turn, all she wrote.
Yeah, a bit of a priority, problem earlier. Caleb Trancred was in second priority, and Arch just had ones as well. So I think, it's unfortunate as we count this one out. But, unfortunate for Sol and Arch as well, they're dying to get there on that Challenger Series. However, still an impeccable result.
Yeah, but experience does pay off there. It looks like Zane Assink and Caleb Tancree will be moving on through, and we're going to head to a short break. Myself, Lily Young here in the booth, and we got one more heat coming up, heat number 8, and we round out the day here down at Burleigh Heads for the Gold Coast Open. Don't go anywhere.
Ready?
Warning, this drink may cause side effects. What the hell was that? Hard Fizz new vodka. You want to try one? Ooh, pineapple. That was weird. Oh, where'd your head come from?
I'm Dane Henry, 19 years old, professional surfer. All the black roll tools are super important to an everyday surfer's life. My dad, he's an everyday surfer, still rips. He uses all the black roll bands. Surfing is very taxing, and to have that stuff just at home, and it's so easy, you can literally do it in like 10 minutes and you're feeling that much better. So I think it's super important to add it into your routine. Black roll keeps my surfing at the top of its game.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the last heat of the day, and it is none other than heat number 8 in the round of 32. And look at that lineup. We do have, it is Winter Vincent in the red, Rinta Oto in the white, in the blue, sorry. Shohei Kato was to be in the white, and Liam O'Brien in the green. So Lobby out at his home break. Myself, Chris Senova, and Lily Young in the booth. Rounding out today's action here at the iconic Burleigh Heads. What a Saturday it's been. I mean, we had a little break in the middle of the day, but now we're back, and this afternoon's action, for what we've got on offer, I feel like it's been pretty incredible.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, we just saw an incredible wave from Surfer and Green, Liam O'Brien up straight away. So we've already got scores. There's still, like, just under 18 minutes remaining. Scores to lock in for red, white, and green. So it'll be interesting to see what greens comes through as, because it has that shot at Finner as his last turn there, as we see blue, Ryaru Oto up and riding there, utilising priority.
Yeah, so this is very interesting, this heat, because, I mean, just seeing some of the names we have here, it is the two Aussies versus the Japanese, but these two Aussies we do have in this heat. Currently sitting 12th on the Challenger Series is Winter Vincent, and 9th on the Challengers is Liam O'Brien. So two surfers that will be well within qualification shot at Newcastle. And like we spoke about before, it's been such an incredible year for the Australian men, especially on the Changers, because we've got GP, George Pitter sitting in 3rd, Oscar Berry in 6th that you mentioned before, Morgan Siblick is in 7th, Liam O'Brien in 9th, Jacob Wilcox is in 10th, Callum Robson in 11th, Winter Vincent 12th, Geordie Lawler 16th, Xavier Huxtable 17th. So that is a lot of Australian talent just really condensed up the top of that leaderboard, and well, we could be in for a lot of support coming into 2026 World Tour.
100%, and what a combination of turns there from blue, red as well. You know, super stylish surfers in this heat. Just talk about stylish. There's no one that's more of a style master out at Burleigh than Liam O'Brien. A 6.25 for that first wave. And first of white as well, a 4.25. We'll wait on that last score of red and blue. But I think they're going to be some pretty good scores come through. You know what? It's anyone's game out here. Last heat of the day. You know, people are showing up to the PAV already. You know, everyone's having their happy hour drinks.
It's absolutely packed up here. It's the vibes are well and truly high up here. And that's Liam O'Brien. It's like he's in fast forward. It's like, what is going on?
Yeah, he was so fast, but yet so smooth. A real stylish, almost kind of remind me of Toby Mossop as well, you know, like Toby's got that really smooth style. He kind of just pushed through, like pumped so fluently. So here's Winter.
Here's the silky style of Winter Vincent. And, well, we do have down on the board Mr. Gold Coast himself. That's the new, as we call it. He's down there with last heat winner, taken away, Stace, you legend, with Zane Assing.
Yeah, thanks, Chicken Boy. Look, I reckon you've got a few more runs on me on the board up at so I'm going to have to catch up to you if I want to really take that title of Mr. Gold Coast. But, yeah, we'll work on that over the weekend. Zano, great heat out there, mate.
Oh, thanks, Stace. Yeah, I just managed to find one at the start. My plan was kind of not to wait too long because you can get stuck pretty easy and, yeah, not get anything. So it just was good to get the ball rolling early.
Yeah, you found a cracking wave early. I reckon it almost surprised you. There was a few sections in that wave. Wasn't just a standard Burleigh closeout.
Yeah, like I just did those 2 turns and it gave me a little bonus section at the end, and I was pretty stoked that popped up. So yeah.
You had a good year last year, chubbing around, doing a lot of comps, a lot of free surfing. What's the plan for 2026?
Yeah, I spent a fair bit of time in Indo, and I was just filming with my mate Ryuki and just having a good time. And yeah, this year I'll probably do the same again. And I don't know, just keep living.
Mate, you're doing a good job of it, mate. Well, you're well set up down here, getting ready for a big final day tomorrow. What's the plan for the Arvo?
Just go back and cruise and spend some wholesome time with the fam. And shout out to JS too. This new monster that's about to get dropped is insane. Feel a lot of speed.
Yeah, no, it looks great. Tell us a bit more about what you're riding.
It's just like it's like a new model about to drop. It's kind of, I think it's similar to the Monster 10, but it's like a newer version, and it flies. Like, you don't really need to try. You take one pump and just zooms. It's sick.
Sick, mate. Well, keep that thing on ice, and we'll see it in action tomorrow. Thanks, Zano.
Yeah, cheers, Stace. Well, Zane Asick sounds like a rock star. He's got the deepest voice on the Huey, I reckon.
I reckon he'd go all right too, mate, on the vocals. Right?
Yeah, he sounds like a full rock star. And, that isn't Lily Young. Her voice didn't get deeper all of a sudden, and that is none other than, one of the Burleigh Heads sultans in Terry Tapatis. He has jumped in just to sub out with Lily Young to round out the day. So, you've been down there on the beach bike a lot today, Tapper, so give us some insights into what you've seen and your best moments of the day.
Well, what I've noticed in the last half hour to an hour, Chris, the swell's sort of starting to, pulse is a sort of a relative sort of thing compared to the swell we've seen. This is actually a little bit of swell, and I've noticed, though, the action really, like the wave choice is really hard to be in the right spot at the right time. I've talked to a lot of competitors, and they're definitely just being in that right spot at the right time is definitely one hard thing. But at the moment, it's a pretty tight heat, this one right now.
Yeah, it definitely is. And we see, there's the second score for Lobby just dropped in. So, one of the Burleigh Heads, the Prince of Burleigh Heads right now. He loves this place. He does it so proud all the time. And we were just touching on, me and Lil, about all of the crazy talent that the Australian pool is bringing up through the Challenger Series this year, and there's some big chances to come onto the World Tour after this last event at Newcastle. But here is the Japanese surfer. That is Shohei, just getting caught there. So Liam O'Brien out in first, 6.25 and a 3.8 for his last ride. So he's got 2 scores, and we can see he's starting to move his way up the point. As we look over our shoulder, Lobby's way up the point. That's but every time he paddles out here, Tap, he just finds bombs. No matter what event it is, whether it's 6 foot, 8 foot, 1 foot, 2 foot, he just seems to be on the best waves every single time, and that's not by coincidence.
Yeah, well, when you're out here, when it's solid, mate, it's just like he picks the eyes out of it from way deep, and here we go, Lobby having a bit of a run at this one. He's so powerful and direct with his surfing. He's been like that since he was 9 years old. First time I saw him surf, I've gone, wow, that kid, that little boy does man turns. And the judges have always, noticed that since he was a little kid. But here we go. That's our surfer in blue up, Renata.
Yeah, that was Renata, the Japanese competitor, quick in and out there. And here's the silky, lanky style of Winter Vincent, another one of our Changa hopes, currently sitting in 12th.
Yeah, of course. Both of those blokes, Liam and Winter, have had experience on the World Championship Tour, so they would be the most experienced surfers out of those guys there, even though, particularly Winter, they're not that old.
No, exactly. And it's been a really consistent year for all of those surfers across the board. And then Lobby, we'll see. I was just noticing every time he stands up, it's like he's in fast forward compared to the other surfers. Like, just the way he gets down the line, the transitions between turns, and just how quick his transitions are. Like, he just has it so dialed in here. It's crazy.
Yeah, well, I've noticed, over the years when you do the QS and you'll be out free surfing before the event, and you go, oh wow, and then you go to a CT and it's like someone just turned up the volume, and there we go, turning up the volume. Liam O'Brien reefing into that one, just to do that full rail carve on a wave that's so tiny.
Yeah, and what's so impressive as well is not just because when Lobby does rip into it. He has so much release out of the tail, but he's able to also just hold his calves so nicely. And then the other thing is to transition from that to get speed down the line from being so whippy in the pocket. A lot of times people that are so whippy in the pocket aren't that quick down the line, and it's just the way he transitions is incredible.
And here we go, that's Red Winter Vincent. Now Winter, he's a smooth, solid surfer, but I just put the mocker on him there with that one. But him and he needs to get that score, Winter, and he can do it. He's got the talent by far. And here we go.
Yeah, surfing blue up and riding. That's a big critical turn in the pocket there, tapping. Drops the hammer on the end one, so a two-turn combo. That's better from the Japanese competitor, Rinta. Just laying down two hammers there. I love the way he came around the bottom of that one, just really set up square in the lip, and then with no bobbles, no hesitation, straight into that drop wallet. I reckon the judges will like that one. That was some really committed surfing there from the surfer in blue.
So you can see now that Liam O'Brien, 2 medium scores. Rinta, he's got 1 medium score at the moment. I think he'll back that up with another. And then, of course, you've got Shohei. He's got a 5.25. So everybody's still in this heat, really. Winter's the one that's a little bit behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, very surprising here seeing Winter down at the bottom of this leaderboard. Such an experienced campaigner, but has second priority. And he's got a 3.65. I feel like with the scores that are on the board right now, he's going to need probably to get rid of that 3.65.
Oh,
here he is up and riding. So, I mean, anything around the 5 will probably feel like a bit of a win, but that's not a 5 out there, right there, Tap. So back to the drawing board for Winter.
You can see the frustration on his face, can't you, there? He's just going, ah. And that's where you've got to get in your mindset, in your inner sort of guru, and just go, okay, calm the farm and back to the plan.
Yeah.
And a very experienced surfer, so I have no doubt on that. But at the moment, that's Rinta. That one didn't go into his top 2, that last one, the 3.25. So Rinta's still in second, though.
Wow. Maybe they didn't score that last turn complete, because I know he did that drop ball and he kind of was in the whitewash, maybe didn't fully ride out of it.
Yeah, maybe the judges do it. No,
they're
harsh, aren't they?
They can pick it apart, can't they?
They're so judgmental.
Oh, they are.
Yeah.
But, that's a tough one if they've called that last turn incomplete. But, well, that's the rules. And Liam O'Brien still sits in first, has another score to drop in. I don't think it will improve on his score. I love the way he's been so active in the lineup. And here we are, myself, Chris Senova, and the man himself, Terry Tapatis.
We're going to do a rough head count. There's 2 rough heads.
Here it is. Look at us. Not oil paintings up here, that's for sure.
Oh, there's a few over there, mate. I can see up here at the PAV.
There's good-looking humans up in this PAV, that's for sure.
Yeah.
It's right on Saturday happy hour, and the place is really starting to pop.
Yeah.
I'm sure there'll be a lot of people from the event making their way up here after. Not the competitors, obviously, but...
Yeah. But there's a bit of rock and roll going down on the point too. We've got Powder Keg from Tasmania. They're playing, so some rock and roll on the point as well. And look at all those beautiful people on the point, mate. They're having a ball.
Yeah, lots of Japanese flags flying, and there's been a huge Japanese contingent at this event.
Whoa,
and Winter,
there we go.
That was a nice inverted, whippy air reverse. So that might feel good. That should get the confidence going. And wow, surfer in white just getting some good combination of turns down the line. Stayed very busy and active on that ride. And
well, we're getting the crunch time here, mate. We're just on the 5-minute mark. It's really up for grabs. And I think that score for Liam O'Brien, that one we didn't think it'd go into his top 2.
Hold the phone, 8.5. Where did that come from?
I'd love to see a replay of that 8.5 of Liam O'Brien. I'd love to see that.
How is he doing this? He's the shaman out here. He really is. Everywhere he paddles, I've been keeping an eye on him and watching him. He moves around this point. He's covered the whole point about 3 times over this whole heat, but he's just so active, and his energy levels are way higher than anyone else I've seen in the lineup this whole day. And well, it's going to show right now. 8.5, 6.25. He's just
down the line, and then he went up to the top of the point. I think he got a 9.1, and all of a sudden people went, oh, there's waves up there.
Yeah, Lobs Bank. we were
Yeah,
calling
Lobs
it.
Bank, yeah.
That was literally called Lobs Bank for the rest of the event after that because he just had it on lockdown, and that's what he does out here. He finds ways when no one else is looking, and it's just an incredible skill. And look, now one of the highest wave scores of the day, an 8.5 and a 6.25, and well, he's probably put the nail in the coffin here, unless we can see something very special from the other competitors. But Blue looking for a 9.25, and well,
we've got that wave of Winters to come in too, though. It hasn't dropped in yet, so we've got that one where he did the the little air rev, I think it was.
Yeah, he did that really inverted air rev. It almost looked like he caught his outside rail coming back around, but then just managed to wrangle it under his feet. So I feel like that's going to give him some confidence. 4.8. Okay, so we did say earlier, if he can get something around the 5s, he'll feel like he has a good shot at the assist coming into the back end of this heat. Well, even with third priority, I feel like a 5...
Not out of the realm of possibility.
Like, we think about it, he just got a 4.8, and that was on that single air reverse, so a 4.96. He's almost looking for identical score, so he knows what he needs. And the difference between being a 7 and a 5 is that he can get it under priority pretty easily, I feel like. Whereas a 7, I think, needs to be on a big set. So let's see how he plays out the back end of this heat. It's got to come down to tactics here, and also how does Blue utilise his priority? He currently has second priority. Is he going to go sit on red? It doesn't look like it.
And Lobby's got priority. He doesn't really need it. He can sort of pack up his bag for the day, nearly.
Yeah, Lob's got priority, but he can just sit down the end and have a little cup of tea, and he can make his way up to the pav if he really wanted to.
Oh, but he won't be because he's going to be surfing tomorrow, mate. He'll be game on.
He is always game on.
Yeah. Winter Vincent, it's all to do, but like you can see, the second, third and fourth, there's not a struck match between them. One wave will open it up for any of these three. One wave could seal it for Rinter, and one wave for the other two could put them into second place, but the time factor's the one, mate. There's only 2 minutes. Is that wave out there for them?
Yeah, there's been no shortage of waves caught on the wave, the wave tally today. Everyone's been notching up plenty of rides and rolling the dice quite a bit. So the low tide out here at Burleigh, there is definitely lots of little opportunities everywhere around the point. Will the ocean cooperate? That's the question. And we can see that Rinter, he's giving him the benefit of the doubt here. Well, I mean, if I was in... Oh, White's actually gone into second now. So Shohei on that last ride, a 4.65. He's gone into second. Rinter down to third, chasing a 4.4. Winter's now pushed out to a 5.11 for his requirement. And... yeah, so...
1 minute, it's do or die now, so Winter's going to have to pick one and just go. But is there something there? We're looking around and having a look out to sea, and there might be something here for him, mate.
There's maybe something coming down the end here, a little lump. We'll have to see. Could just be playing tricks on our eyes. It's almost like you want to see a wave, but...
yeah, you're wishing one. Come on.
You're almost making one come to you. Oh, here. Is he having a little paddle? It looks like no, that one's not going to do anything. So 30 seconds. It really is coming down to crunch now. Winter seems to be making his way down the point.
Oh, that could be all shit, mate. Oh.
Yeah, so there's some sets out the back, but I don't know they'll get here in time. 10 seconds. Looks like it might be all she wrote here. Fortunately, Winter Vince is going to come up just short, but well, great display of surfing and just knowledge of this break by Liam O'Brien. Best performance of the day so far, you have to say, and well, rounds it out in the last heat of the day, Tapper, and he'll be moving on through with Shohei Kato, so they'll be featured tomorrow in the quarterfinals. But that's it, last day. Saturday action done and dusted down here at the Gold Coast Open. What are your thoughts?
Mate, Saturday, we had to wait, but once we got into that surfing this afternoon, it was pretty magnificent. I think we're flowing to an ad now.
Yeah, we will shortly. I think that might even just do us for the day, but... yeah. All right, perfect. So we'll throw to some highlights of this magical Saturday down here at Burleigh Heads. The iconic, there it is, the iconic point break.
Australia's smallest national park.
And there it is, and where this is the Gold Coast Open QS 4000 event presented by the WSL. Thank you everyone for tuning in. We're going to go to some highlights and we'll be back tomorrow for finals day. Don't go anywhere.
Signing off.
Thank you, Sam. We're on air, off air. Got to come back on air for Liam O'Brien. Liam, you got great support up here, mate, in the club. Those boys have been up there for about 36 hours now. And yeah, it's a great weekend at Burleigh.
It's a lovely weekend, yeah. The weather's been unreal. We obviously haven't had the greatest waves ever, but still good vibes down here. It's been good fun and a little bit more action out there just then than the last couple rounds. So hopefully tomorrow just keeps building and we get a bit more.
Yeah, tomorrow looks a little bit better. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I mean, as long as it's a tad bigger, it's going to be more fun. So I think it's meant to be. And as, I don't know, it's been like as small as it can get. So it's only like up from here, I think.
You'd hope so, mate. You've been doing it all lately. Pipeline, snapper, up to Burleigh. How's everything been going? Your board's looking good. The rig's in shape. You got one more big event to go down in Newcastle.
Yeah, one more challenger left. Just trying to keep the wheels rolling. Kind of had a fun comp at pipe, and was sick to see all the other boys go so well. Callum and Morgs in the final, and then yeah, as you said, snapper was unreal. That what was it last weekend, and then yeah, straight into this. So just pigging out on the comps at the moment, frothing.
What's the legalities around you representing your club to defend the title here? Are you good to go?
I'm good. I mean, I should be good to go, but with everything on the line at Newey, I've decided to just stay down there since it's the day before. It's such a tricky call. I don't know. I was pretty bummed to like say no to it, but I don't know. I'm just like I'm right on the chopping block for making the tour. So I'm just going to try and focus on that. And
yeah, I think everyone at Burleigh will be right behind that decision, mate. But look, mate, you might be paving the way for someone else to come through. But look, we'll look forward to watching you tomorrow. And yeah, have a good arvo. Stay out of trouble. Don't do anything Jed Dennison wouldn't do.
Yeah, cheers, Stace. That leaves a lot on the table there.
Back to no one in the booth, I don't think. Yeah, might be us for the day. Chicken Boy, you want to take it away? No, headphones off. Sam, thanks everyone for tuning in to the Gold Coast Open. Thank you, Lobby. And we'll be back here bright and early tomorrow morning. 14 heats to finish this thing. See you then.
BYD Sea Line 6, where progress comes as standard. Book a test drive today.
You got me looking through a crystal ball. With value, my mind's a maze. So would you just take control? I know you know that I need you. No feelings ever the same. The first time that I had you, I felt the
G'day, another surf report for you, but it's not looking good. No waves today, really. It's pretty grim.
Now I live alone in my little home. I pay all my own bills. Now I live alone in my little home and I pay all my own bills. And if she don't love me, I bet her sister will.
Okay, boxers are fucking me up.
looking for love that I can't find. 'Cause I've been running It's time for the good times. Forget about the bad times, yeah. One day to come together to release the pressure. We need a holiday. Oh yeah, celebrate. Oh, it would be so nice. Holiday.
So I said to him, tell him he's dreaming.
Babe, let's go. You said one more an hour ago.
Yeah, but this is different.
How?
Karen, relax. We made this for you. It's sweeter on the lips and lighter on the rig. And Kaz, it's bloody vodka.
Now move that body and show me you want some more. Some more.
BYD Sea Line 6, where progress comes as standard. Book a test drive today.
I do it so smooth.